There we go. All right. And we're in. Give me one sec here, guys. I'm just posting the links in the Discords. Way too many of these at this point. Okay, that should be all of them. Hey, good to see you in your dark side. Okay, so today, this is going to be an interesting one, I think. So this is a new show that I'm starting, The Scrap Pile. And it's going to be a news stream where I go over what's happening in culture, what's happening in the news, what's happening within the sphere. And we're going to address some of it. Now, I have, 5 topics that I'm going to talk about today? Let me see. I don't know, like 4 or 5 monologues that I'm going to go on. And then we'll probably end up watching a video about it. I don't know yet. But first, we have to address a few things. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to address a clip that Andrew put out, or a short video. It's not too long. It's only like 5 minutes, and I'll put it on 1.25. But this was just, Andrew explaining what he's doing and why he's doing it. Now, this is important because of another the video we're going to watch after this that actually, really upset me to see, but what can you do? You can't control what other people say.
Let me give everyone an update of exactly where we are. A few weeks ago, Brian Atlas, a friend of mine who runs the Whatever podcast, offered up $100,000 for Candace Owens to debate with me about the murder of Charlie Kirk on his platform. He eventually raised it to $150,000, to which I said I would match it if we could actually debate on neutral ground. I expressed this story recently on the Joe Rogan podcast. Candace and her fans' reactions were volatile, to say the least. She issued a strange counter that I needed to pay her $500,000 and that TPUSA needed to, quote, claim me. Now, I don't work for TPUSA, so I couldn't grant that concession, as it would have been a lie. She followed with an offer of me paying $300,000 to debate her at her home on the topic of if Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk and if he was a federal patsy or not. Obviously, this gives massive advantages to Owens, but I'm never one to back down from a debate challenge, even if I think the terms are fundamentally unfair. We entered into negotiations, and during those negotiations, Joe Rogan contacted us both, asking to host our debate. This is perhaps something you guys don't know. Obviously, I thought that changed everything, as that would guarantee the biggest platform for both of us to make our case on neutral ground. Unsurprisingly to me, Candace Owens declined. No control, you see. She insisted it be at her home still, even after Rogan said he would come in on his off day to do the debate, and I would still give her the $300,000. You would think if she was actually trying to change the minds of normies and reach a new audience, that's where she would go, but sad.
You'd think that, why not do this debate on the largest platform? Did I see the dog that you sent me? No, I have not seen it yet.
No.
I'll take a look at it a bit.
After many rounds of negotiations and a new moderator stepping in who assures us it'll be fair, we came to an agreement. I went ahead and sent the $300,000, and it has been confirmed by her staff and to us that it has been sent. I am going to clear the air on a few things. I wasn't some Charlie Kirk fanboy. In fact, I had my and still have my disagreements with him. But I always thought TPUSA did way more good than it did harm to the conservative movement. But I will never forget the series of TikTok invasions I did post Charlie's death, only to watch the lunatic left laughing and mocking and having the time of their lives watching the spiral of chaos that came after. It was enraging, to say the least. I know I'm not a very nice man. I get that. But I am a very kind man. I lamented many times to my wife how god-awful the family and friends of Charlie must feel about what happened to him after he died. Trying to find some new normal under intense media.
I actually remember that. I watched every one of those invasions when they happened. That was the first thing I remember. Like, I wanted to pull it up on stream when I get a chance. All right, I will, buddy.
Scrutiny, balancing duty and obligation.
I gotta address this
with remorse, regret, and overwhelming sadness.
After we deal with the Candace stuff.
My stated objective for my platform, The Crucible, has been unwavering, and I've never strayed from its goal. Destroy the left. Take them on everywhere on their own turf, outside their turf, at their events, in their safe spaces. Challenge them everywhere and destroy their ideas. Be unrelenting, never stop, and not one step back. This woman, Candace, has been terrorizing both the widow of Charlie Kirk and the organization he left behind. It's obvious her stated goal is to destroy the largest conservative college and high school outreach program currently in existence. Do I disagree with a lot of TPUSA ideas? I do. I would rather try to change them, though, than burn down the only organization in my lifetime to really get a foothold in academia, the thing conservatives have wanted for 60 years. In the following weeks, I will be relentlessly attacked from the Candace Owens cult for daring to put their leader to the question and for daring to question the questioners. I accept that as a side effect of challenging what has become a powerful industry of conspiracy peddling true crime nonsense, which has a sycophantic and cult-like following. They have been at it for days, going through everything they can possibly dig up about me to hurt me, as there is multitudes of millions of dollars on the line for these creators, and they will stop at nothing to protect their interests, regardless of the lives they destroy along the way. Many creators and private individuals have reached out to help me with this financial burden, and they understand the fallout, which is likely to come for me and my family for doing the right thing when it mattered the most. Now, to be clear, I've already sent Candace the $300,000 and fulfilled my end of the contract with her.
She can't get out now.
If you guys want to help me in bearing that cost and help cushion the overwhelming attacks from her sycophants, here's where you can donate. Many of us are in this fight together, win or lose. Maybe I can do something to change its course for the entirety of the conservative movement. Promise made, promise kept. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so we have that lovely PSA from Andrew, and I want all of you to keep in mind that we just watched Andrew Wilson debate one of the most prominent Zionists in the right wing, Dinesh D'Souza. And Andrew got Dinesh to admit that Judaism and their theology is evil. I want you to keep that in context as I play this next clip. This next one actually really upsets me. I don't know if I don't think it's satire. That's why it upsets me. If it's satire, then it's very well done. But I don't think that it is. Neither does anybody else that I've talked to. But with that, I'm going to play this video for you guys. You may recognize this man. This is Hello Listener. He's an Orthodox Christian creator. I have no idea where he lives. I don't even know what general area. I know he's American, but that's about it. But he's great friends with Made by Jim Bob. And with bearing that in mind, that he's also good friends with Made by Jim Bob, I want you guys to keep that in mind as I play this clip.
Yeah, it's me. The only one who's not effing with you. Yeah, it's me. The only one who says it from his chest. Yeah, it's me. That nigga. It's me. It's freaking me. It's Seymour Supreme.
What the fuck is he
Tony
saying?
Captain. The only one not playing you. Why? I don't know, man. I'm not really into self-preservation like that. There's nothing they could dangle in front of me that I would be interested in. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people, you see some riches. Some of these people see some...
I like how he by the way, he hasn't said anything yet. Can we just talk about that? We're almost a minute into this video. He said nothing, but he said a whole bunch of stuff. You know he's serious because he's speaking Ebonics. I don't know that he's serious though. Like I like, because here's the thing. Tony is also the ultimate troll. But I don't know if he's trolling here or not. He is a great troll. But like I said, I don't know that what he's doing is trolling. And I don't think he's trolling because he hasn't backed down on this. I don't know.
Balls, and they can't help but lick them. A lot of these people see some riches and fame, and they'll be whatever they need to be to get that bag. And I just want you to know that that's not me. That's not me. I'm worried about the toll houses, not the bag. You know what I mean? And I'm willing to burn bridges. And so I want to say a couple things real quick. We don't have to pretend like Andrew Wilson's cool. We don't have to do that. Hey guys, I know we're all Orthodox and we want to have our guy who's big, right? But we don't need to do this. We don't need to sit around and watch Andrew Wilson take money from TPUSA and then lie and say he's not taking money from TPUSA. We don't have to sit around and watch him not be able to open up jars and get freaking wrecked by lesbians and freaking just make a fool of himself, chain smoke cigarettes like he's like he thinks he looks cool and fake laugh in this painfully obvious way. We don't have to sit there and watch him.
Hi, Avarice. Nice to see you in here. But what does this mean? Can you elaborate a little, Avarice? I mean, if you want, I'll send you a link, or you have the link you have the perma link. If you want to come up and explain what the fuck this means? Like, I'm not opposed to it, but I have no idea what that means, and their community burnt me. This fucking guy, yeah, Jeremy, you get it. Dude, this shit's pissing me off. Like, this pissed me off so badly when I saw this. Oh, you got kicked out of their Discord? For what? Like, what did you get kicked out of the Discord for? That's fucking wild.
I don't get it. Like the FBI narrative about Charlie Kirk is true because
they started DMing you hate. That's weird. Hold on, I actually want to back this up a little bit. I want you guys to hear what he's about to say. See? Sport Brand gets it. You guys should like the stream. But hold on, real quick. I just want to address what he says.
Obvious way. We don't have to sit there and watch him act like the FBI narrative about Charlie Kirk is true because he's getting paid. We don't have to do this.
He keeps saying because he's getting paid. Who the fuck's paying him? Who's fucking paying him? Is the assertion that Turning Point's paying him? Is Turning Point paying Andrew again? He's not on their payroll, and this argument that he's being paid by them, well, by this standard, then Candace Owens is a Crucible shill. I see your DMs, Avarice. Yeah, what the fuck? I don't even see I checked them. But like I don't see what was so wrong with what you did. You sent You sent Vic the video? And you wanted to verify that it wasn't satire. Yeah, we were all wondering. You didn't seem to do anything untoward from my perspective. You didn't even jump to conclusions. You asked a question. Wait, what's the confirmation video? I haven't seen a confirmation video. Unless that's the same one that I'm watching right here. Did he confirm it? Alright, I'll pull that up in 1 sec. I want to finish this one.
I want to let you know, hi, Orthodox Christians. Hey, the reason I learned about Orthodoxy is because I was watching a bunch of whores on the Whatever podcast, and Andrew Wilson was mean to them. And then I found Jesus. I'm glad for you.
I don't think I've actually heard anybody who's inquiring into orthodoxy, or even who is a catechumen or recently baptized, ever say, I converted to orthodoxy because Andrew Wilson argues with whores. Like, I don't think anybody's ever made that claim, that it's because he argues with whores they converted to orthodoxy. No, most people who convert to orthodoxy because they found Andrew, they do so because of his argumentation and the grounding foundation for his worldview. And that appeals to them. So that's why they end up converting. Like, nobody says, I converted because one time Jay Dyer got a chick. He asked a chick if she could name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel, and she said a book by Plato. Therefore, I converted. I don't know if he's commented on it. I did not catch his live stream today, Eli. But I'm gonna pull up that confirmation video after.
Honestly, kudos to you. But we don't have to do this. We don't have to pretend that the Wilsons are cool. We don't have to pretend that the Crucible is cool. These people have no fucking aura. Okay? These people have no aura, and they're snakes.
What did he say about it, Doom?
You understand that they're freaking holding up the entire freaking. They're the ones playing keep out when it comes to what happened to Charlie Kirk. They're the ones playing keep out when it comes.
Do they believe it? Tony, do they believe that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed by Tyler Robinson? Or are they just saying that because, they're getting their BB bucks as Andrew fucking destroys Zionism everywhere he goes? Make that make sense.
Comes to Israel, they're the ones that freaking invented the phrase Jewsburg. They're the ones.
Because it's a funny term, Jewsburg. Yeah, I'm sorry. But to say everything is the fault of Jews is just lazy, right? It's lazy. It's an uneducated take. You can't put all of the world's problems at one people group. It's not realistic. It's not even close to being accurate. And it's like, I'm sorry, there are evil people in the world besides the Jews or whatever the fuck. And that's why we get annoyed with you people, because all you want to do is fucking Jewsburg. And it's like, can you come up with anything better?
You understand? They're the ones on Joe Rogan. They're the ones hugging Erica Kirk and telling her, and literally just lying through their teeth like she isn't a part of this. Watch the Coop video where it turns out she's basically a Rothschild. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Even if she's a Rothschild, that's the non sequitur to whether or not she conspired with Israel to murder her husband. What part of that don't you get? That's irrelevant. It's totally fucking irrelevant. Like, I could make the exact same argument, but not about the fact that she's a Rothschild, but about the fact that she's a Catholic. Look, don't you guys understand this? Look, this is actually, I'm going to start peddling my own Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory. Erica Kirk was working in, I'm not muted. Am I? I shouldn't be. No, I'm getting sounds coming up on the indicator. But here is my this is the official Steelborn Charlie Kirk assassination conspiracy theory. My argument is that Erica Kirk, or my theory is that Erica Kirk worked in conjunction with the Vatican to kill Charlie Kirk because he was making Protestantism too popular. There you go. That's my argument. Or that's my conspiracy theory. Because she was a Catholic, you see, and he wasn't. So there you go. He was making Protestantism popular. So go ahead, disprove that now, Tony.
They're the ones that have turned the name Candace Owens into a weaponized phrase to use against me when I'm talking to Rob Noor about anything, even though I've never watched Candace Owens.
Well, if you make Candace Owens level arguments, I can see why people would say that to you.
And we'll put Candace Owens aside because, as far there's a very strong chance that she's the new Alex Jones, meant to launder the truth because she gets a little kooky from what I hear. But F the Crucible. Yo, this is a bunch of freaking old school Zio conservatives pretending to be down with the kids. Hey, look,
they're a bunch of Zio conservatives. You mean the ones who argue against dispensationalism and Zionism constantly? Like, they constantly do that debate? But, they're just Zio conservatives.
Chain smoke cigarettes. Hey, I'm freaking cool, man. I told a lesbian that she licks sniz, bro. We're owning the libs, bro. You don't need to do this. Funny. Look, Look, you don't need to do this. You're better than this, guys. I'm glad you became Orthodox. You've made it. You've done it. You found the true faith that's good. Now abandon these niggas because they're freaking whack, bro, and they're oralists. They're whack, they're oralists, and they're snakes, bro. They're snakes.
Did he just say they're oralists? What the fuck does that mean, Tony? What does it mean to say that somebody is oralist? Like, seriously, what the fuck does that even... Can somebody explain this to me? Maybe I'm retarded. That sounds like some fucking leftists right there. Leave the SIGs out of this. I don't know, birds. We're gonna find out in a sec. Avarice sent me a video on Discord that he posted that Tony posted in his Discord today. So we're gonna watch that in a sec. I've never seen it before.
And they're willing to do anything to gain prominence. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Who's batting the hatches? Who's holding down the fort? Who's sitting here saying it's a war on all Juiceburgs? Who's here sitting, Rachel Wilson calling in a Jay Dyer's show after the freaking Owen Schroyer debate to make sure that you guys are still on our team, right? Freaking playing damage control after he basically just freaking laughed about bombing children in Iran. Yo, F these people, bro. How much longer we got to do this, bro? Real talk. How much longer we got to do this? I'm not playing ball, bro.
Why does Tony look like a Skyrim NPC? I just realized that looking at him. This is the first time I've ever actually really looked at him. He looks like a Skyrim NPC.
With these niggas. Yo, Andrew Wilson's a fucking snake, bro. Straight up. He's a snake, bro. F the Crucible. F the Crucible. F Rob Noor. F all these people, bro. They're liars, bro.
Yeah, bro. I grew up in the rough side of Alaska, bro. What the fuck's wrong with this guy?
Fucking become libs to own the libs. Y'all willing to do freaking liberal head games to own the libs. Y'all willing to do liberal mental gymnastics to own the libs. Y'all willing to suck Cash Patel's nutsack to own the freaking libs.
What? What the fuck? What does that even mean? What happened? Somebody stole your sweet roll.
Enough, bro. These niggas are whack, bro. These niggas are whack, bro. Straight up. They're whack. I'm ashamed of these niggas. I'm ashamed of Andrew Wilson. Stop acting like this nigga got aura. I understand we got a famous Orthodox...
What the fuck? This nigga's got aura. What the fuck is he talking about?
Christian out there. We got an Orthodox Christian on Joe Rogan. Bro, it's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. Who cares about Joe Rogan, bro? We had Jay Dyer and Tucker Carlson, man. Focus on that. Abandon these snakes who will do anything for a freaking dime.
Hold on. It's not worth it, he says, to have Andrew on Joe Rogan, because I think, as far as I know, I think he's the first Orthodox Christian to go on there. At least somebody who's publicly Orthodox. I don't know if John Kiriaku's been on there. I don't think he has. There is a few UFC fighters who are Orthodox, so they might have been on there first, but as far as I know, the first publicly Orthodox Christian to go on to the Joe Rogan podcast was Andrew Wilson. What if, 100,000 people converted to Orthodoxy because Andrew went on there, and those same 100,000 people believed that Tyler Robinson, killed Charlie Kirk because they, that's what they understand. That's how they interpret the evidence. Tony's? No, I have not watched his most recent video. I got a video that Avarice sent me that we're going to play in a minute.
They're playing Keep Out for Israel. It's just a new coat of paint on the same old shit.
Okay, so now that that's out of the way, we're going to, real quick, I'm going to pull up this video. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's only like 12 seconds long, but we're gonna watch it. Just give me a sec. I'm pulling it up. I just downloaded this video. Where did it go? All right, I'm just going to have to do it like this. Here we go. We'll just play it like this. This is the best I can do.
Just watch the liberal tactics. That's all I'm saying. I said my piece. I'm not an A-log. I'm not going to spend a lot of time thinking about this. But keep your eye out for liberal tactics from these so-called conservatives.
That didn't really tell me anything. I don't know what the point of that was. He did two member very long videos that I'm going to watch tomorrow. Seems like they might be relevant, but I don't know. I have no idea. So I don't understand why Tony has decided to go after the Crucible. Downloading stuff ain't essentially risky. Yeah. I don't know why Tony's decided to go on this attack against the Crucible. It's like, even if you think Andrew's wrong, calling him a liar and a snake is ridiculous here. He's been very open about every part of this. Like, that's what I don't understand. He's been very open about this. But so now I'm going to dive into a monologue that I have for this section, which is the... You're pretty sure it was satire? I don't know. I don't know that it was satire. I have no real way to confirm that at this point. I'm just responding to exactly what I'm hearing. If it was satire, that's great. If it was not, that's not so great. I mean, if it's satire, it's kind of funny. But it I don't know, man. It didn't seem like satire to me. But so the reason that I called this show the Scrap Pile is because we're digging through all the shit that fucking, the media is dumping on us. And we're looking to find something interesting. And if something's shit, we're going to send it right back to the scrap pile. I'm going to make a video here soon, like a little clip that I can play of just something like me fucking like a basketball hoop, just fucking launching some shit into a scrap pile. You missed Hello Listener's rant calling Andrew a snake and a liar, and that this nigga doesn't got no aura, bro, like 40 times in the matter of like 5 minutes. But yeah, Avarice has got a point. So Avarice was in their Discord asking about it, and he's like, if this was satire, why did they remove me from their Discord over this? That is true. They are actually really nice fishing poles. Look, I spent way too much money on my fishing stuff. I'm not going to lie. I have way too much money invested in it. But now here's my monologue on... So... The Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens, the debate before the debate. All right, ladies and gents, welcome to the first episode of The Scrap Pile. I don't think there's actually a better place to start the first episode of this show than with what has become one of the biggest pieces of drama in the online political and debate sphere. Andrew Wilson will be debating Candace Owens tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on the Patrick Bet David podcast. Because tomorrow morning, barring something completely insane happening between now and then, these two are finally going to sit across from each other and debate the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I don't know why it says, there's not potentially $300,000 in the line. But there is $300,000 that's been paid for this debate. But with $300,000, being offered for you to show up and debate, seems like you'd be like, okay, I'll give you the most reasonable terms possible. because somebody's paying me $300,000 to have a conversation or to have a debate with them for 3 hours. And it's like, dude, that's $100,000 an hour. Okay. The fact that she still made demands to me was kind of ridiculous, but she did. Honestly, the negotiations of this debate have actually been more entertaining than the debate might be itself, but we'll see. So before we talk about who I think is going to win tomorrow, I want to talk about what the hell's going on here. Because they didn't start as some friendly invitation to have a discussion. Andrew has been publicly criticizing Candace's coverage of the Charlie Kirk assassination for months. And the fundamental disagreement between them is pretty simple. Candace believes the official story surrounding Charlie's assassination does not add up, and she has gone considerably further than simply saying there are unanswered questions. She has argued that Tyler Robinson, the man being accused, was essentially framed and that he's a patsy. And that her position is that Erica Kirk worked in conjunction with Israel and the United States government in order to cover this up. Now, here's a thought that I had when I was writing this. If we assume that Candace is correct, right, we're just going to basic Occam's razor here. This doesn't actually prove which one of them is correct. A basic Occam's razor. The conclusion with the least amount of assumptions is usually correct. So what's Andrew's position? Andrew's position, here's the assumptions Andrew has to make. That Tyler Robinson, who we can prove was on the grounds of Utah Valley University, we have to assume that he walked onto the premises with a rifle in his pants. Yeah. So we have to assume that he walked on the campus with a rifle in his pants. It's really not that undoable. He wasn't wearing skinny jeans. It looks like he was wearing bootcut jeans in the picture. And I used to be very skeptical of the state's evidence. And I had to stop being so conspiratorial and think about it for a sec. If I was wearing a pair of bootcut pants, yeah, I could easily. He's like 5'10", 5'11". I'm 6 foot. I could easily get that rifle through there. So we have to assume that he got onto the campus that was being guarded by all of 6 police officers and Charlie Kirk's private security team. That he walked up the stairs. I know it's really hard to walk upstairs. And that we had to assume that he managed to figure out how to hop over a guardrail to get over to take the shot. Now, those are some assumptions, right? And I agree that we should only make assumptions where they're justified. Those seem like pretty reasonable assumptions to make, that it's possible for this guy to have walked on the campus with a rifle, considering the fact that there was next to no security. Hell, I've seen like fucking Walmarts on Black Friday have more security than this event did. 6 cops. 6 cops and Charlie's private security. I've seen Walmarts on Black Fridays with higher security than that. So we have to assume that he hopped a guardrail and that he got a lucky shot. Now, let's take the Candace Owens perspective for a sec and assume she's correct. How many assumptions do we have to make if she's correct? We have to assume that that not only did Charlie Kirk's best friends and wife conspire to murder him, we have to assume the Utah Valley county sheriffs or whatever, they're in on it. We have to assume they are in on this. We have to assume the Utah State Police are involved in this. We have to assume the FBI is in on this. We have to assume the Israeli government is in on it, and the Egyptian government, and the United States military. All of the President Trump, we probably have to assume him. If not President Trump, Kash Patel. So we have to assume the local, county, state, and federal investigators were involved in this conspiracy. Charlie Kirk's wife, his best friends, his private security, We have to assume all of these people were in on it. Do you realize how much of more of an unjustified assumption that is to make? To assume that all of these people are in on it? Which one's more likely? That the local, state, and federal police or federal investigators, the FBI, the the defense team as well. You have to include that the defense team's also in on it because they're setting this guy up as a patsy. The leadership of the Israel, or at least the intelligence of Israel, the military of Egypt, all of these people are in on it. Or a guy hopped the fence with a gun. Which one of those seems more reasonable to you? Right? I mean, I could be off my rocker here, but seems a lot more reasonable to me to assume that this guy managed to hop over a guard or hop over a unsecured guardrail. The people at Trump's attempted shot literally watched the guy climb on the building and filmed it. Yeah, they watched it happen. Like, and not only that, there were people in the crowd telling the security there, hey, there's a guy on the roof. We just watched him climb up there. And they were like, that sounds like other people's problems. Yeah, you can just walk by. Fun fact. This is also one of my arguments for why we should abolish the TSA. The TSA has stopped a whopping confirmed number of 0 terrorist attacks. That's their claim. The TSA has provably prevented 0 terrorist attacks. Now, the FBI and which one? It was the FBI and the Department of Justice. It might have been just one of them. I can't remember which. I think it was the Department of Justice. They ran studies and tests to see how easy it would be to sneak a firearm past TSA. They were just like 90% successful in just sneaking a firearm past TSA. That was firearms, not even just weapon. Well, something you could use as a weapon. Firearms. So they have a 90% failure rate at their job. And they're the fucking people who scan everything, and they won't let you take a water bottle onto the plane. Sneaking past people to get into security events is not that complicated. It's not like you don't need to be some expert level marksman to pull off a 150-yard shot with a rifle. That's not a hard shot. You don't have to be some expertly trained, ex-military to crawl on a rooftop. It's not hard to do. You don't even have to be that athletic to achieve what Tyler Robinson did. Allegedly. And, allegedly. So, Candace's position is that Erica Kirk worked in conjunction with Israel and Egypt and the United States government and the Utah State Police and all these people in order to assassinate Charlie Kirk. Yeah, just like my pops said. He's taking deer out at 400 yards with a 30-06. 159 yards is not a hard shot. And I don't even think he hit his target. Allegedly, but I don't even think he hit his intended target. I think he was intending to hit him in the head. Either he was attempting to hit him in the head and didn't account for bullet drop, or he was attempting to hit him in the chest, and then when he fired, he panicked, or he did the jolt that everybody does, or a lot of untrained, marksmen do, and he jolted the tip of the rifle up. Because the neck's not a good shot. That's not a good place. It's not like he was like an expert marksman and he did this incredible shot from an incredible distance. Dude, he missed. Okay? He missed his target from 150 yards away. So, but Andrew's position to Candace's assertions is very simple. Basically, just prove it. If you're going to make claims this serious about the assassination of one of the most prominent conservative activists in America, then you should be willing to sit across from somebody who disagrees with you and defend those claims. Eventually, Andrew decided to put his money where his mouth was. Now, originally, the offer was not for $300,000. The original offer was from Brian Atlas, and I think it was for like $50,000. That was the original offer. No response. Actually, the original offer was $30,000, but that was by Word War Debate to debate Steven Crowder on this. And Candace declined $30,000 and the debate. So Steven Crowder said she can take my money and I'll do it for free. So now it's 60 grand to the debate. Nothing. Brian Atlas from whatever offered her 50 grand to come out to fly out to whatever and debate Andrew on this. Crickets. Ian Carroll was offered, I think, 10 grand. Crickets. So then Brian offered more. Then he offered her, I think, around 70,000 or 75,000, something like that. Again, crickets. Then he bumped it to 100. Again, crickets. Then he bumped it to 150. And Andrew, at that point, offered to match it. 150 from Brian and 150 from Andrew. For a total of $300,000. What did Candace actually respond to, finally, after Andrew has been talking about it on massive platforms, and then finally he went on Rogan, and you couldn't ignore it there. She goes, nah, make it 5. Because you work for Turning Point. With literally no proof of the claim that he works for Turning Point. Look, I'm going to use this analogy from my life. So I grew up doing construction. If a general contractor has, let's say he's got a job, like a $100,000 job to remodel a basement or to finish a basement. And he goes, you know what? I don't want to do the drywall. So he does all the framing. And then he goes out and he contracts out a drywall company to come in and hang the drywall. So they come in, they perform the service. Let's say it's like, I don't know, 5-10 grand, just for round numbers. So he pays them the 5-10 grand to put the drywall up. He has paid them for a service. Are the drywallers now on his payroll? Are they now being paid by the GC? No, that's not how that works. They were contracted out to do a service. They did the service. They got paid. Andrew was contracted by Turning Point to come out and train debaters. He did that. He got paid. He does not work for Turning Point. He doesn't even, you couldn't even say even then he worked for Turning Point. He was contracted to come out and do something. I wouldn't even still say he works for Turning Point. He got hired to do a specific job. So just to put this in perspective, their lawn care, the Turning Point headquarters lawn care guy, you'd actually be able to make a better argument that he works for Turning Point, even though it's a contract and he just comes out and cuts the grass or whatever. I don't know. They're in Arizona. I don't know if they got grass. Eli, do they got grass over there in Arizona? Or is it all just desert and sand? Now, whatever you think about Andrew, I know there are plenty of people watching this who love Andrew or people who hate Andrew. There's probably plenty who just enjoy watching him argue with people. You have to admit that 300 grand changes the conversation. Because now you can't just, he's just clout chasing. Of course he wants attention. Everybody involved in online media wants attention. That's the business. But he's putting $300,000 of his own money on the table. This turns you from Twitter shit talking into something substantially more serious. Fuck no, Arizona ain't got grass. But then Candace responded. Except she didn't simply accept. She countered with $500,000 and attached additional conditions. Then came arguments about the venue, arguments about the moderators, arguments about the fact checkers, arguments about exactly what proposition they were debating, arguments about who was putting up what money. At one point, it looked like Michael Knowles might moderate. Both Andrew suggested him, and Candace agreed. Knowles did decline. And I actually listened to Knowles' response as to why he declined. And from his perspective, he's being consistent, and I understand his position. I still disagree with it, ultimately, and I think he should have. Would have been much better if he did. But, what can you do? You can't force the guy to moderate. I think it would have been really cool to do it on Bar Fight to show that he does. But Knowles declined, and eventually Patrick Bet-David agreed to do it. But I do think that PBD is a good choice. PBD isn't some random moderator nobody respects. He's got a huge platform and he's interviewed both friendly and hostile guests. But more importantly, neither side can realistically claim that PBD is secretly Andrew Wilson's guy or secretly Candace's guy. Candace herself has publicly said she believes he will moderate fairly. So tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson, and Patrick Bet-David in the middle. And here's what I think is really interesting. Forget the personalities for a minute. And forget whether you like Andrew or Candace. Forget Turning Point, or forget all the interpersonal drama. There's actually an important principle underneath this entire spectacle. What burden of proof should we place on people who publicly make extraordinary accusations? I think the internet has completely broken people's understanding of this. See, there is a massive difference between saying something about this doesn't make sense to me and then saying, therefore, I know what actually happened. Those are not the same claim. They're not the same claim. You can find inconsistencies. You can ask questions. You can criticize investigators. You can criticize prosecutors, and you can criticize the media. You can say that evidence hasn't been sufficiently explained. All of that's perfectly legitimate, perfectly reasonable position. But every additional claim that you make past that creates an additional burden that you have to prove. If I say, I don't think the government has adequately explained X, my burden is relatively small. I just have to demonstrate that X isn't adequately explained. But if I say Tyler Robinson was framed, now that's a much bigger burden of proof. Because I'm not merely criticizing anyone else's or somebody else's explanation anymore. I'm offering an explanation of my own. And this is where tomorrow's debate gets interesting. Because Candace is extremely good at presenting a narrative. That's not an insult. It's probably, it's actually a sign of rhetoric. A good rhetorician can present a narrative. She can take 20 disconnected pieces of information, lay them out one after another, and make you feel like you're looking at a pattern. And sometimes there might actually be a pattern. Look, there are real conspiracies. They do happen. But sometimes human beings are extremely good at seeing patterns where the underlying evidence doesn't actually establish the conclusion. Now, Andrew's skill set is the complete opposite. Andrew doesn't necessarily need to prove every element of the official narrative is correct. He can attack the inferential chain. How do you know that? Does that evidence actually prove your conclusion? Are there alternative explanations? You're saying A happened and B happened, but why does A plus B equal C, ultimately? And this is exactly the kind of debate that Andrew's good at. Can Candace establish her positive claims, or can she only establish uncertainty about the official story? Because those are two radically different positions. Now, I agree, but I do also think that Andrew needs to be careful here because there's a trap waiting for him. If Andrew walks into this debate thinking his job is to defend every decision made by the investigators, every statement made by Turning Point, and every media report, every element of the prosecution's theory, he's screwed. Now, I don't think he's going to do that because Andrew's not an idiot. Because that's an impossible burden. He doesn't need to do that. If Candace says this piece of evidence is suspicious, Andrew doesn't necessarily have to prove that it isn't suspicious. He can say, okay, granting that, how does it even establish the point you're trying to make? That's where I think the actual intellectual fight is going to happen. But then we have the elephant in the room, the money. Andrew has now created a Give, Send, Go to help reimburse the money that he's put up. As of tonight, people have already contributed tens of thousands of dollars, and naturally, Candace has mocked him for it. And I've seen people saying, wait a minute, you said you were putting up your own $300,000 and now you're crowdfunding it? Now, it seems like a fair critique, but I don't think it's particularly devastating. The money is still the money's still gone. When somebody voluntarily says, I want to support what you're doing and I want to help cover that risk, okay, welcome to the internet. People crowdfund political campaigns, lawsuits, documentaries, investigative journalism, and apparently we now crowdfund debates. Welcome to 2026, folks. Never thought I'd see this one ever happening, but we're now crowdfunding debates so that, the questions lady can get questioned. But here's what I care about more than the money. Tomorrow, we'll finally get to see whether the internet's preferred method of political discourse can survive contact with actual adversarial format. Because right now, political media is increasingly becoming people talking to audiences that already agree with them. You make a 2-hour video, your audience watches it, everybody says you destroyed the other side, the other person makes a 2-hour response, their audience watches that, everybody says they destroyed you. Nobody ever has to answer a question they don't want to answer. Nobody gets interrupted when they dodge. Nobody has somebody sitting 3 feet away saying, no, that's not what I asked you. But debate changes this, and that's why debate's unique in this category. And that's why I actually want this debate to be good. I don't want Andrew to steamroll Candace with rhetorical tricks, which I don't think he will. I don't want Candace to bury Andrew under 50 claims nobody could possibly fact check in real time. She's gonna try and shotgun claims. I promise you, I'd be willing to put money on it. She's gonna try and shotgun points. She's just going to do non sequitur after non sequitur. I want PBD to force them both to slow the hell down. One claim, one piece of evidence, one conclusion. Does this evidence establish the conclusion or doesn't it? Because Charlie Kirk was a real person and he had a family, he had friends, he had millions of people who followed his work. And his assassination isn't supposed to be entertainment. This was Michael Knowles' reason for declining to moderate. He does not want the assassination of his friend to be used for entertainment purposes. If somebody was framed for murdering him, that would be one of the biggest scandals in modern American political history. If somebody wasn't framed and people are falsely accusing innocent people of participating in a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk, that's an incredibly serious accusation. That, by the way, is definitely slander. Those claims deserve more than, bro, look at this screenshot. They deserve scrutiny. And that's why, despite all the circus surrounding this thing, the money, Twitter fights, the moderator drama, the personal insults, I actually think tomorrow's debate could be valuable because somebody has to demonstrate something. Candace has spent months raising questions and building a case. Tomorrow, Andrew gets to absolutely rip that case to shreds. And Andrew has spent months saying her case falls apart under scrutiny. Tomorrow, Candace gets the opportunity to prove him wrong. No clips taken out of context, no responding 3 days later, no quote tweets. They're sitting across from each other. So here is my official prediction. I think Andrew enters this debate with the easier technical burden. Candace has made stronger positive claims. That means Andrew can spend a significant amount of the debate forcing her to justify the steps between evidence and conclusion. But Candace has an enormous rhetorical advantage. Her audience knows this case. They have been living inside the story. And if Andrew hasn't done his homework on every single piece of evidence she's likely to bring up, she can bury him in specifics very quickly. So I don't think this is going to be necessarily an easy Andrew W. as far as the optics are concerned. I don't think this is going to be the public execution of Andrew Wilson, though, for sure. That's what a lot of the Cantards have been saying on X. But I think we're about to find out something much more interesting. Does Candace Owens actually have a case that survives adversarial scrutiny? And if she does, Andrew better be prepared to admit that. But if she doesn't, then Candace needs to be willing to admit that asking legitimate questions does not give you license to confidently assert conclusions the evidence does not establish. $300,000 does make this entertaining. The personalities make it entertaining. The drama makes it entertaining. But underneath all of that is this principle that matters far beyond Andrew or Candace Owens. If you're willing to make extraordinary claims in front of millions of people, you should be willing to defend them in front of somebody who doesn't believe you. Tomorrow, Candace gets the opportunity. Andrew gets exactly what he's been asking for. So, let's see what survives here. We all know that Andrew's going to wreck her. My opinion, her acceptance of the large amount of money is the amount of money in her mind of how much she is going to lose once the debate is finished. No, I don't think it's even close. Yeah. She's made millions capitalizing on Kirk's death. This should cost her a lot more. What's up, Wicked Wally? I haven't seen you. Nice seeing you in the chat, man. I haven't had this much fun on Twitter since we fought with Groypers in the early days. I love bashing the Candy Crew. Dude, it's like easy picking, okay? I don't even... It's like clubbing baby seals. Like, it seriously is. Every time they're like, but what about this? Did you look at this? How did you explain this? And it's like, how does that prove that his wife tried to kill him? Wally is 2-time Mean War veteran. Spartacus, good to see you, man. Okay, hold on. So, a lot of you may not know this, but Trump and RFK actually just changed the vaccine schedule. So what's next on the scrap pile is exactly that. Okay. The second you mention vaccines on the internet, people get really upset. It doesn't even matter what side you're on. People get really upset. I'm just the messenger. But because President Trump just signed an executive order pushing one major overhaul of America's childhood vaccines recommendations. And with RFK running Health and Human Services, this administration is taking American vaccine policy in a direction that we haven't seen in decades. Now, before everybody immediately retreats into their respective trenches, vaccines are poison, or if you question literally anything about vaccine schedule, you're an anti-vaxxer. I think there is actually a much more interesting conversation here, because this isn't just about vaccines. It's actually about trust in institutions. It's about parental authority, and it's about institutional credibility. It's about what happens when institutions responsible for giving medical advice lose the confidence of a massive portion of the population. So first, what actually happened? Here's the details. On August 10th, Trump signed an executive order called Delivering Gold Standard Childhood Vaccine Recommendations for Americans. And the administration is pushing towards a substantially narrower core childhood vaccine schedule. Now, vaccines for diseases including measles, mumps, rubella, polio, pertussis, I don't know how you pronounce that, and several others remain part of the core recommendations. But other vaccines have been moved away from being universally recommended for every healthy child and towards recommendations based on individual circumstances or consultation with the healthcare provider. The administration is essentially arguing that America vaccinates children against more diseases than many comparable developed countries do, so why are we doing that? That's the question that a lot of the Americans are asking. Whether you agree with their answer or not, I don't think that's inherently an illegitimate question. If Germany does something differently, why? Denmark? Britain? Why are they? If they're doing things differently, why are they doing that? What's their reasoning? If the United States does something differently, why are we doing it that way? Because that's our schedule, isn't an argument. If America's schedule is better, demonstrate it. If another country's schedule is better, demonstrate why theirs is better. That's how it should work. But then Trump goes further, and this is where things get considerably more controversial. Where was I at? He wants the combined MMR vaccine, measles, mumps, and rubella, broken back into 3 separate vaccines instead of one combination shot. 1 measles vaccine, 1 mumps vaccine, and 1 rubella. And apparently the idea is that this would give parents more control over what their child receives when they receive it. There's just one problem with this, though, and that those individual vaccines basically don't exist in the United States anymore. Doesn't mean we couldn't manufacture them, but the combined MMR vaccine has been the standard practice in America for decades, so you can't simply walk into your pediatrician tomorrow and say, I'll take 1 measles vaccine, hold the mumps and rubella. The product would have to actually be manufactured, approved, and distributed. Now, this is where a lot of the medical industry is saying that this could potentially take years. So at least right now, this portion of Trump's order is much more of the policy direction than something parents can actually go do tomorrow. And I think this is where I diverge from some people on the right. Because I'm perfectly comfortable saying that I think parents should have substantially more authority over their children's health care. But that doesn't mean that I think that every criticism of vaccines is automatically correct. They're 2 completely different propositions. But somehow I've reached the point where people, it's just another false dialectic, like the Israel-Islam thing. It's like, it's either Jews or Islam. And it's like, I can reject both positions, actually. Either the pharmaceutical companies, CDC, and federal government would never mislead you about anything ever, because there are institutions. I'm sorry. Were you alive just a couple of years ago? I don't believe you. You're full of shit, sir. Or you believe that all vaccines are dangerous and doctors are knowingly injecting children with poison. Well, I'm sorry, I don't buy this position either. I think that most people who become doctors do so because they genuinely want to help people and make a lot of fucking money doing it, which is also a fair incentive. But there's an enormous gap of territory between those 2 positions. This is where COVID matters, because I think one of the biggest mistakes the medical establishment makes when discussing vaccine hesitancy is pretending that public distrust just spontaneously appeared. It didn't. People remember being told things during COVID with levels of certainty that turned out to not be justified at all. People remember mandates. People remember being told certain questions were misinformation, being told that pharmaceutical companies, or people remember pharmaceutical companies making billions of dollars, and people remember politicians and public health officials speaking with absolute confidence about things that were still developing in real time. Let me actually pull up the clip for this that I have. Okay. Where is it? This was an actual thing that happened for all of you who don't remember. Hold on, did I share that with... Let me make sure. Yeah, okay, that shared with audio, okay. This actually happened during COVID.
Going to help us out. Did you say free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay.
I don't know why it's loading. Dude, my Wi-Fi runs at like 1.3 gigs per second. Here, hold on. Let me just refresh this.
Going to help us out. Did you say
there we go.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this?
This was the mayor of This is the mayor of New York, or was
too
at the
early
time,
in the day
before the
to eat a
communists
burger?
took over. This was like
This could be
socialist.
breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling.
If you inject this, liquid into you that has not gone through any of the same testing that any other vaccine has to go to, we'll give you a burger and fries, yo. Isn't that a good deal? Real quick, let me inject this mystery fluid into your eyeballs, and in return, I will give you a milkshake. What the fuck are you doing? What's going on here? Am I the only one who thinks this? There's no way I was the only one who thought this shit was retarded when they did it. But I saw this instantly. That's the mayor of New York City. By the way, I can pull up tons of examples of different politicians doing this. Or doing at least something similar. Like making it seem like it was the cool thing to go get the vax. Where was I? Now back to what I was saying. Whether every criticism of the COVID response is as fair isn't even the point. The point is that the trust in our institutions was destroyed. And trust is incredibly difficult to rebuild. You don't rebuild trust by just demanding it. You don't rebuild trust by saying, I'm the expert, shut up. You can't question the science. You all remember, you can't. I am the science. I plead the fifth as to the advice of legal counsel. The science pled the fifth like 115 times. And you definitely don't build trust by treating a parent like they're stupid because they ask, I'm sorry, why do you want to inject my newborn with a hepatitis B vaccine? I'm sorry. Why don't we just give him the AIDS one too while we're at it? I mean, fuck it. It seems like a perfectly rational question to me and most other people who think for a half a second. A parent should be able to ask, what disease does this prevent? How dangerous is that disease to my child? What are the risks? What are the known adverse effects? Why is this recommended at this age? What happens if I delay it? What happens if I don't give it at all? Those aren't even anti-science questions. They're consent questions. They're informed consent questions. If our medical institutions cannot answer them without becoming defensive, that's an institutional problem. You should know what it is that you're injecting into my kid and why you want to do it. Not that complicated. If I ask you, why do you want to give this to my kid? And your first thought is, hold on, let me go get a pamphlet or a brochure. You're fired. I'm sorry. I'm just firing you as a doctor. But here's where I think the skeptic side has a responsibility too. Skepticism doesn't mean automatically believing the opposite of whatever the government says. That's not skepticism. That's just reverse conformity. If the CDC says something is safe, the fact that you don't trust the CDC doesn't automatically prove that it's dangerous. This is what's called the genetic fallacy. That the source of an idea does not actually determine whether or not it's true or false. You still need to have evidence. The MMR is a perfect example. Trump and RFK have repeatedly raised concerns about childhood vaccines and autism. But if we're going to make that claim, we need evidence capable of supporting that claim. Not my friend's kid changed after getting vaccinated. Not I saw a documentary. Not pharmaceutical companies make money. Those things can justify asking questions. They do not establish causation. That's also true, though. We would not be worrying about this if we got paid our ortho bucks. If me and Wally got our ortho bucks, we would not be talking about this. The Russians have been really slacking on sending me my check. And the mainstream medical evidence has repeatedly failed to establish the MMR vaccine. The MMR vaccine specifically causes autism. Now, that doesn't mean pharmaceutical companies are saints. It doesn't mean the government agencies are infallible. It means that that particular claim has a burden of proof, and skepticism does not exempt you from having to meet it. Where we are, this is going to continue to go on for years, Wally. And that's why I think Trump's approach here contains both something potentially valuable and something that could be potentially worrisome. The valuable part is forcing American institutions to justify the schedule. Why these shots? Why at this age? Why these combinations? Why universal rather than risk-based recommendations? Why does America differ from other developed countries? Now, those seem like legitimate questions. Frankly, our institutions should welcome having to answer them. But the dangerous part is when political leaders start answering scientific questions before the evidence establishes the answer. Because then you're doing the exact same thing you're accusing the establishment of doing. You're starting with a conclusion and working backwards, post hoc justification. And I don't want Fauci doing that, but I don't want Pfizer doing that. I don't want the CDC doing that. I don't want RFK doing that. The standard has to be consistent. Now, the American Academy of Pediatrics is furious about this. They're arguing that there isn't any new scientific evidence justifying these major changes and that reducing universal recommendations could lead to lower vaccination rates and outbreaks of diseases we've largely brought under control. And that's not something I think conservatives should simply laugh off. Measles is not fake. Polio isn't fake. And I don't know how you say this other one is fake. Slightly? My mom was Tylenol maxing. These diseases existed before pharmaceutical companies developed vaccines against them. And some of them killed or permanently disabled enormous numbers of people. So if you're going to radically change vaccine policy, you better be sure that you're not accidentally bringing back things that a previous generation spent decades trying to eliminate. At the same time, the AAP saying trust the existing recommendations isn't going to resolve the underlying problem because we're back to where I started. Why should I trust you? America has developed an institutional trust crisis. Vaccines happen to sit in the middle of this. Millions of Americans no longer trust the federal government, or they no longer take the federal government at its word. And you shouldn't. They don't automatically trust pharmaceutical companies, which you shouldn't. They don't automatically trust CDC, which you shouldn't. They don't automatically trust doctors, which you shouldn't. But responding to this by going, you're an anti-vaxxer. That's actually not going to solve the problem. That's not going to bring these people back. It's like, okay, sure, I'll just grant it. You can call me whatever names you want, but you're not answering the questions. In fact, it's probably going to do the opposite. So here's where I land. I think parents should have the ability to ask questions of their doctors about why they want to give my children or your children these injections. I think parents should have meaningful authority over medical decisions involving their children. I think pharmaceutical companies deserve scrutiny. I think federal health agencies deserve scrutiny. I think RFK deserves scrutiny. And I think Trump deserves scrutiny. Nobody gets a blank check. If the existing vaccine schedule is scientifically justified, demonstrate it. That's the beauty of science. Science is a method for determining the cause of a natural phenomenon. If separating MMR is safer, show that evidence. If keeping MMR combined is safer, show that evidence. And then let parents actually understand the trade-offs instead of treating them like idiots who need to be managed. Because here's the irony. The harder the institutions try and force people to trust them, the less they will. Trust has to be earned. And if Trump's vaccine overhaul forces American medical institutions to actually defend the recommendations transparently, good. That's healthy. But if we're simply replacing trust the CDC with trust RFK, then we haven't solved anything. We've just changed which authority we're blindly following. That's not skepticism, it's not science, and it sure as hell is not informed consent. So maybe the real question coming out of this isn't, are you pro-vaccine or anti-vaxxer? It's, what evidence would actually change your mind? Because if the answer is nothing, I don't care which side you're on, you're not investigating anymore, you're defending a tribe. Now, what's interesting to me is, specifically, like one of the ones I find the most interesting is the hepatitis B vaccine for infants, for newborns. They want to give that to newborns, the Hep B shot. Let me explain to you why. So, the pharmaceutical companies spent a long time developing this vaccine to Hep B. And it was specifically it was never intended for infants. It was intended for crackheads and heroin addicts and bums and homeless people and prostitutes and whoever you can think of who inject stuff into their eyeballs or whatever it is that they're into. It was intended for those people. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because Hep B spreads like wildfire through the drug communities, the homeless populations, through prostitution rings, all kinds of stuff. So from that perspective, it makes sense to develop the vaccine for that. Except here's the problem. Crackheads and heroin addicts and prostitutes aren't exactly known for taking very good care of themselves, are they? They're not known for going for checkups and stuff like this. They're basically like, I'm going to do and take whatever I want, and then when something breaks, fix me. That's essentially how they live their lives, if they're even sober enough to go to the doctor, which most of them aren't. So now they've invested hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars into this vaccine, and nobody take it. So what did the pharmaceutical companies come up with? We'll give it to newborn babies. Guaranteed pay. Now, what's interesting this is like how much money we spend on AIDS awareness when the fact is you probably won't get it unless you're an addict or you're gay. Yep. HIV is essentially a homosexual exclusive disease. Like, it's basically that. Now, I'm actually going to read the executive order from Trump on this. By the authority vested in me, actually, I'll pull it up as well. Here we go. Make myself a little smaller. Now, by the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered, Section 1, Purpose and Policy, pursuant to the Presidential Memorandum of December 5th, 2025, aligning U.S. core childhood vaccine recommendations with best practices from peer-developed countries. The HHS completed a scientific assessment which identified a set of consensus vaccines that are consistently recommended in all peer countries and found that the United States currently recommends more childhood vaccines than any peer nation, including more than twice as many vaccine doses as some European nations. The scientific assessment also found that instead of implementing vaccination mandates, most peer nations maintain high childhood vaccine rates through public trust and education. In the United States, by contrast, individual states set mandatory vaccine requirements that children must meet to attend school. Executive Order 14407 of May 29th, 2026, realigning U.S. Core childhood vaccine recommendations, that whole thing, committed the federal government to ensuring that Americans are receiving the best scientifically supported medical advice in the world, as well as to protecting religious liberty and parental authority. However, implementation of my administration's prior directives regarding childhood vaccines has been delayed due to litigation over the composition of the advisory committee on immunization practices and separate updates to the federal vaccine schedule. Therefore, I'm taking further action to reaffirm that it is the policy of the U.S. that the core childhood vaccine recommendations should be aligned with scientific evidence and best practices from peer-developed countries while preserving access to vaccines currently available to Americans. Further, it is the policy of my administration that federal programs and funding should support maximal parental choice over childhood vaccines, consistent with the federal government's constitutional and statutory obligations and the fundamental principles of personal autonomy and informed consent. What does that mean? What does all that mean? Basically, we're giving our kids a bunch of shit that other countries aren't. And Trump's like, yeah, well, let's put a stop to that. Makes sense to me. I'm not going through and reading that whole thing. That's going to take forever. Let me see. Nope, not that one. Okay. The third item on the scrap pile that I found today is the Iran and Israel conflict. And, the United States obviously being involved in this. What the hell are we supposed to actually believe? All right, so we got to talk about Iran. Because there is a story that broke today that I think illustrates one of the biggest problems Americans face whenever we're involved in a foreign conflict. Who the hell are we supposed to believe? And more importantly, how much evidence should we demand before intelligence claims start influencing American foreign policy? Because Reuters reported today that over the past year, Israel repeatedly warned the United States about allegedly Iranian plots to assassinate President Trump. Now, before anybody misunderstands me, the idea that Iran might want Trump dead is not exactly unbelievable. Trump ordered the killing of Iranian general, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce this, in 2020. The United States has previously charged an Iranian national in connection with an alleged plot to assassinate Trump. Iran's denied allegations like this, but the possibility the Iranian regime would like to kill Donald Trump? What? That's crazy. That's not the surprising part. But here is the surprising part. According to Reuters, citing people familiar with U.S. intelligence assessments, American intelligence agencies could not independently verify several of the warnings coming from Israel. And one of those warnings apparently contributed to one of the craziest presidential security operations I've ever heard of. Last month, Trump was leaving Turkey. U.S. and Israel intelligence had received information about a possible Iranian threat against Trump's aircraft. So instead of simply getting on board Air Force One and flying home, the Secret Service pulled an elaborate deception. Trump secretly got off the presidential aircraft. They moved the president of the United States into a fucking catering truck across the airport. They put him on another government aircraft. The original Air Force One took off as a decoy with senior officials and members of the press still aboard. One of those people apparently didn't even know Trump was no longer on the plane. Now, I'm going to stop right there. Because if you're the Secret Service and somebody tells you Iran might be preparing to shoot down the president's aircraft, I completely understand why you don't respond. It's probably bullshit. Let's say, fuck it. If there is a credible threat, you should take precautions. This is the president of the United States. You don't get a second chance after somebody fires a missile at Air Force One. So from a security perspective, I understand the decision. But from a foreign policy perspective, the standard has to be different. Because intelligence doesn't just determine whether Trump rides in one airplane or another. Intelligence can determine whether American bombs fall in another country. And that is where I become extremely skeptical. Not specifically of Israel, although I am. Not specifically of Iran, although I am incredibly skeptical of these people. But of everybody, including the United States government, which, yes, I'm skeptical of the U.S. government. Because governments have interests. Israel has interest, Iran has interest, and the United States has interest. Intelligence agencies have institutional interests. Politicians have political interests. And none of these actors should receive automatic credibility simply because they're on the side we happen to prefer. And Americans should have learned this lesson by now, thanks to COVID and all the other shit that our intelligence agencies have done. How many times have we heard some variation of, our intelligence indicates, and then 5 years later we discover the picture was considerably more complicated? This is why I think there needs to be a distinction between this intelligence is serious enough that we should protect the president, and this intelligence is sufficiently established that we should use it to justify military escalation. Those are radically different standards. If there's a 5% chance somebody's going to shoot down Air Force One, move the president. Makes sense. But a 5% chance that Iran did something isn't enough for me to say, okay, now let's put boots on the ground. This matters right now because we're not talking about some hypothetical future conflict. The United States and Iran are already at war, although it's not declared. Iran has restricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, and now our president is telling us that we have, quote, total control over the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Iran is saying, no, sir, we have control over the Strait of Hormuz. So apparently everybody controls the strait. Except the fucking ships. Because before the war, roughly 130 vessels per day were transiting the strait. According to shipping data cited by Reuters on Tuesday, that number was 8. So I'm sorry when I hear the Fed say we have total control and Tehran says we have total control. I'm looking at the ship saying it doesn't look like anybody has control. And this is where the propaganda becomes part of warfare. Iran wants its population, the rest of the Middle East, to believe that it is successfully resisting the world's most powerful military. And Trump wants Americans to believe that the U.S. is dominating all those sandmen and controlling one of the most strategically important waterways on Earth. Israel has obvious interest in convincing Washington that Iran represents an immediate and severe threat. No surprise there. Isn't it funny how they always find like a bigger, more athletic group? None of that automatically means any of them are lying, though. It means that they all have incentives. And they all have interest. And recognizing an interest and an incentive is not the same thing as proving somebody lied. That's important. Because I see people make this mistake constantly. They'll say, Israel benefits from America attacking Iran, therefore Israeli intelligence is false. Or the only reason we're there is because of Israel. But that actually doesn't follow. Israel benefiting from something gives me reason to scrutinize the claim, but it doesn't actually prove the claim's false. Likewise, Iran denies planning to assassinate Trump. Okay. I bet they would. Iran has an enormous incentive to deny that. Their denial doesn't prove anything either. That's why the question has to remain, what's the evidence? And I think this principle needs to apply regardless of your politics. If you're pro-Israel, you should want Israeli intelligence scrutinized. If it's good intelligence, it should survive scrutiny. If you're anti-Israel, or if you're pro-Iran or whatever, or anti-war, whatever your position is, you should also be willing to acknowledge evidence when it points towards Iranian aggression. Because skepticism cannot mean I automatically believe whichever side is least aligned with the United States. That's not skepticism, that's just contrarianism. And Iran isn't some innocent little country being bullied for absolutely no reason. It is an authoritarian regime. It has supported armed proxies throughout the Middle East. It has threatened American officials. It has attacked American interests. And right now, according to the UAE, Iranian forces have attacked commercial shipping in the strait. Not only that, they have been talking about partnering with China for fucking years. And when everyone's super, no one is. Exactly. My philosophy comes from a lot of Pixar movies. So I have absolutely no interest in carrying water for the Iranian government. But here's the other side of that. I am an American. My first concern when we're talking about American military action is, why are American servicemen being asked to fight? What's the objective? What constitutes victory? What intelligence supports our actions? How confident are we in that intelligence? And what happens after we accomplish whatever the hell it is that we're trying to do? These aren't pro-Iran questions. They aren't even anti-war questions. They're just pro-American. They're just American first questions. Because the United States government has an obligation to justify sending Americans into war. And right now, we've got another development that should make everybody pay attention. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said today that the United States can maintain its naval blockade against Iran essentially indefinitely. That should make everybody's ears perk up, because temporary military operations have a funny habit of becoming long-term Middle East conflicts. So what's the end game? Is the goal reopening the strait? Is it destroying it, or is it destroying Iran's nuclear capability, preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, regime change, forcing Iran back into negotiations, protecting Israel, protecting global shipping, all the above? Because those are not interchangeable objectives. And if you don't define victory, you can't know when you've won. That's how countries get trapped in wars. And meanwhile, the propaganda machine is running at full speed. Iranian state media has now started mocking Trump over the secret aircraft switch. There are circulating memes of Trump hiding in a catering truck, which, I'm sorry, it is kind of funny. It's funny imagery. And just see him like sitting in like a donut truck. The president of the United States sneaking across the airport inside the Cisco truck is funny. But here's where propaganda works. Iran wants the takeaway to be, look, Trump is terrified of us. That's not necessarily what happened. If the Secret Service receives credible information about a possible missile attack, protecting the president is not cowardice. That's their job. If somebody says there's a 5% chance somebody put a bomb under your truck, and I get out of the truck, you haven't proven that I'm a coward. You've proven I don't want to get blown the fuck up. But notice how the same event can become completely different narratives. American narrative. We successfully protected the United States from a potentially serious Iranian threat. Iran. Trump is terrified of Iranian military power. Israel narrative. See, we told you Iran was trying to kill him. And the U.S. intelligence apparently says we couldn't independently verify some of the Israeli warnings. Same event. 4 completely different interpretations. And that's why I think the most important skill that people need during wartime is the ability to say, I don't know yet. That's become almost unacceptable online. Everybody needs an immediate take. Iran did it. Israel fabricated it. Trump's lying. The CIA is lying. Everybody knows exactly what's happened 5 minutes after the story breaks. Sometimes they're correct. I don't fucking know. Show me the evidence, and until then, distinguish what we know from what we suspect. Because skepticism isn't believing nothing. Skepticism isn't believing the opposite of the mainstream narrative. Skepticism is applying the same evidentiary standard to everybody. Iran says something, prove it. Israel, prove it. Trump, prove it. CIA, prove it. Show me what you can show me. Obviously, intelligence agencies cannot publicly reveal every source and method they have. I understand this. But if the United States government wants the American people to support a prolonged war, then trust us isn't good enough. We've heard that before, and sometimes the government was right. Sometimes it wasn't. But American lives are too valuable. War is too consequential for blind trust to be the standard. So when Trump says America has total control, I want to know what total control means, Mr. President. When Iran says it controls Hormuz, I want to know what they mean. When Israel says Iran trying to assassinate the president, we should investigate that. And if the evidence proves it, then deal with Iran accordingly. You don't start with the conclusion and work backwards. Because there's a hell of a difference between being skeptical of your enemies and blindly trusting your friends. Neither one of those positions is actually critically thinking. And, all right, we are now on to the last topic. I'm going to pull up this picture, though, for you guys, so you can look at this intelligent individual. Very trustworthy, very intelligent. Seems like an all-around great guy, you know? This would be the gentleman in which I'm speaking of. Maybe some of you have heard of this. Maybe some of you have heard of this guy. I hadn't heard of him until, I think, yesterday. His name is Jason Arde. I have no idea how this story isn't bigger. So Jason Arde is the previous professor of sociology. I think it was either that or sociology of education. It was a weird prompt. At fucking Cambridge University. One of the oldest universities in the world, mind you. One of the most prestigious universities in the world. I don't get why the story isn't bigger, because one of the most prestigious universities on planet Earth is currently trying to figure out how it hired a professor whose resume and public life story apparently contain so many questionable claims that you could spend an entire show just going through those. I could have done that, actually. I literally could have just went through all the stuff that this guy said, and we would probably still be here for like another 2 hours. The man we're talking about is Jason Arde, and I need to make one correction before we get into this. Cambridge did not technically fire him. I don't know why. I'm not really making a correction, but Cambridge didn't fire him. They launched an investigation, and then he quit. He looks like if Michael Jackson didn't start turning white. But like the same look of Michael Jackson's face, that's what I give from him. Arde resigned on August 5th, effective immediately after Cambridge announced that it was opening an investigation into new information concerning his academic qualifications and honorary appointments. Now, Cambridge has gone even further. They're launching an independent inquiry into how the hell this guy got fucking hired. And once you hear some of the claims surrounding this guy, you'll understand why it's fucking insane that he ever even got the job. This is not... Okay, somebody put the wrong date on their resume. We're talking about disputed academic positions. A master's degree his supposed university can't find. A book that he published that never existed. Millions of pounds supposedly raised for charity. Some of the most extraordinary athletic accomplishments. Questions surrounding his academic research, a disputed story involving water aid, and even an alleged investigation into a severed pig's head, where London's Metropolitan Police say Arde's description of their investigation was categorically false. So buckle up. Let's get into this one. First, who is Jason? Arde became famous internationally in 2023 when Cambridge appointed him professor of sociology of education. At the time, he was 37 years old. Why was he celebrated, you ask? For one of the other for a really stupid reason, like always. He was celebrated as the youngest black professor in Cambridge history. But that wasn't the only reason his story exploded. Arde had an absolutely extraordinary biography. He says that he was diagnosed with autism and developmentally delayed as a child. He said that he actually didn't fully learn to speak until around age 11 and didn't learn to read and write until 18. Let me make sure I heard this right. He didn't learn to read and write until he was fucking 18, but somehow he became a professor. Make that one make sense. Then, after he graduated, he goes to university, gets advanced degrees, gets a PhD, becomes a professor, and eventually lands at Cambridge University. What is that, Doomerang? That is Jason Arde, the youngest black professor in Cambridge history, who recently quit after it was basically come out that his entire fucking story was made up. Mr. Reexamination, nice to see you. So, like what I was saying, he gets a PhD, becomes a professor, lands a job at Cambridge, the youngest ever black professor in Cambridge's history, which is okay. I don't know why we're celebrating that, but okay. That's an incredible story. The BBC covered it. International media covered it. Universities celebrated him. Cambridge faculty leadership literally described him as among the best in the world at what he does. And then people started taking a slightly closer look at him. And suddenly the story just fucking falls apart instantly. Let's start with his academic resume. According to biographies published about Arde, he had been a visiting professor at Ohio State University in its Office of Diversity and Inclusion. There's a problem. OSU says, no, he wasn't. He's also described as having a visiting professor at the University of Glasgow School of Education in Scotland. Glasgow says, no, he wasn't. No, he didn't. Then there's Birkbeck, the University of London. Arde claimed to have completed a master's degree there in, I'm not joking, this was the actual fucking degree, psychodynamic practices, after which he became a fully qualified counselor. Okay, that seems like a pretty easy thing to verify. The Guardian contacted Birkbeck. Birkbeck searched his records. The university couldn't find a record of a student named Jason Arde studying there, ever. Fucking ever. They literally couldn't find any proof that he was ever there. So now we've got supposed academic positions that universities say, we didn't give him, he doesn't have them. And a master's degree that the university apparently can't fucking find. But we're just getting started, by the way, with this fucking guy. Then there's the book that doesn't exist. Arde claimed that he published a book called, and I quote, Being Young, Black, and Male, Challenging the Dominant Discourse. And supposedly it was published by Palgrave Macmillan. Or Macmillan. Again. Well, we're getting there. And it's an insane claim to make. Now, again, this is an extremely easy claim to verify. Did Palgrave publish this book? No! Palgrave confirmed that Arde submitted a proposal. The book was never published. He claimed that he published through them. Think about the difference between the statements. Not, I submitted a book for proposal to Palgrave. He claimed I published a book. The per capitas are at it again. If Kamala Harris on testosterone? He does look like if Kamala Harris was a tranny. He claimed that he published the book. They're not remotely the same fucking accomplishment. I can literally send Random House a Word document tonight. That does not make me a fucking published author. And then we get to the athletic claims. Now, these ones are fucking outrageous. This is where things actually get... Dude, these get ridiculous. I want you guys to listen very carefully to what I say. I'm going to spout out a couple of numbers here. Arde has publicly claimed that he ran 30 marathons in 35 days for charity. That's 786 miles of marathon distance run in just over a month. But apparently, during this challenge, by the way, he suffered an epileptic seizure and fractured his leg. And according to Arde, he kept running. What a guy. He says he completed another 9 marathons with this injury. Now, doctors consulted by The Guardian say running 9 marathons with a hairline fibula fracture would be incredibly painful, but possible. Not, or at least not impossible. Arde says that he took painkillers, used ice baths, and continued even as his legs swelled dramatically. Yeah, last 9 marathons. I think you're a little behind. Yeah, you ran the last 9. All right, it's possible. Maybe this guy's a fucking animal. But then there's another athletic claim. Millie Vanilli goes to college. But he makes another athletic claim. At public events, Arde has claimed that he ran 600 miles in 6 days. Did you just hear what I fucking said to you? 600 miles in 6 days he ran. That's 100 miles a day for 6 consecutive days. That wouldn't make Jason Arde some dude who's pretty good at endurance running. It would put him among the most extraordinary ultramarathon runners on fucking planet Earth. The world record for the men's 6-day marathon was 650 miles. So Jason Arde, the professor, the academic, the charity fundraiser, the football player, and apparently everything else, was supposedly within striking distance of a world record ultramarathon time. Except there's another problem. Arde did subsequently say that because of wear and tear, he needed to put rest days between the running days. So that 600-mile challenge is actually completed over 12 days. Well, then you didn't run 600 miles in 6 days. if I do a job, right, like let's say I go do a welding job, for 6 days that I spread across 12 calendar days, I can't go to my boss and be like, yo, you got to pay me for 12 days, bro. Words mean things. Then there's football, which we're going to assume means soccer here because it's England. Arde claimed that he spent a handful of years with Crystal Palace, including playing for their under-18 side. He also said that he played semi-professional football for 12 years. Crystal Palace says its records from that period don't go back far enough to confirm or deny it. There is evidence that Arde played for Lewisham Borough, but that's way down the English non-league football pyramid. So unlike some of the academic claims, I can't tell you that Crystal Palace definitely says this is false. They can't verify it. But at some point, we're developing a pattern where basically every time somebody pulls another thread, another question appears. Now, let's get to his charity work, his benevolent charity work. This one actually might be my favorite. Arde has repeatedly been associated with claims that he raised somewhere to the tune of £5 million for charity. Sometimes the number becomes 5.5. 5.5 million pounds. This wasn't merely something obscure buried on somebody else's website. In a 2021 TED Talk, Arde himself reportedly said that his lifelong ambition was to raise £1 million before he turned 40. And then, at the age 36, he already raised just over 5. It's a pretty clear statement, except when people recently started asking questions, okay, where's the £5 million? Arde says he wasn't saying he personally raised it. He said he was part of a fundraising collective, apparently involving 100 other people. Okay, who? Seems like a fair question. You say you were part of this charity organization. Hey, baby. Can you give me something to drink? Thank you. Okay, maybe you didn't work by yourself. That seems fair. You were working with this charity organization. You raised £5 million. Really cool of you to do that with 100 other people. Don't know how you did it, but let's assume that you did it. Well, when asked who he was working with for this, well, he can't actually identify the other people because of NDAs. Of course, the mysterious 100-person charity syndicate is bound by non-disclosure agreements. That's what makes this one really strange. Back in 2012, Arde was talking publicly about hoping to raise around $250,000 by age 50. Then in 2021, he publicly says that at 36, he's already raised more than $5 million. Maybe there is a complete legitimate explanation. Fine. Then Cambridge's independent investigation should have no difficulty establishing it. Show the fundraising organizations. Show the campaigns. Show me where millions went. If a 100-person team raised it, identify the organizations that received it, the people involved. And it shouldn't be that complicated to do. £5.5 million isn't $20 in the church collection plate. That should leave a substantial paper trail. I published my work on the bulletin board at Trader Joe's. Basically, that's what this guy's saying. Now, there's one more scandal with this guy. There's the WaterAid scandal. Arde has claimed that he went to South America and West Africa and helped install water points with the charity WaterAid. Again, let's contact the organization. What's WaterAid's response to this? They don't send volunteers overseas to install water points. In fact, they don't even encourage or facilitate self-funded trips to do that either. Interestingly, though, his memoir apparently talks about going to Brazil and installing a well. But he doesn't attribute, in his memoir, he doesn't attribute the trip to WaterAid. By the way, who writes a fucking memoir before they're 50? What the fuck are you talking? What are you writing a memoir about? You fucking self-entitled prick. Look at me. I'm so great. I have to write a memoir at like 30 or 35 or however fucking old he was. Now, what actually happened? Maybe he went independently. Maybe another organization was involved. Maybe the story became distorted over repeated retellings. Fine. That's exactly what the investigation's for. But there's an even funnier claim. The fucking pig's head. Now, this one's bizarre. This guy went full fucking Jussie Smollett, right? This is MAGA country, bitch. Arde has described much more extreme incidents. Oh, wait, my back. I had to go back up here a sec. faking gay David Goggins. That one's funny. That's funny. Now, the pig's head is bizarre. I do want to be clear here, though. RJ apparently has received, quote, racist abuse. Cambridge itself has acknowledged this, and his emails became so bad that they had to be screened. That's been documented by Cambridge, but I'm not sure what exactly that means. RJ has described much more extreme incidents, though. He claimed that he was threatened with a knife, physically assaulted, spat on, that he had rape and death threats were made to him and his family, that bullets and bananas were sent to him. I'm not joking. That's an actual claim that he made. Bullets and bananas. That corrosive substances and mutilated animals were sent to his family home. And one of those mutilated animals was supposedly a severed pig's head. Already said the pig's head was delivered to his parents' home in South London. And then he gave an extremely specific account of what happened afterward. According to RDA, the police investigated the incident. They supposedly contacted butchers around South London trying to identify where the pig came from. Eventually, they supposedly located a butcher who had sold a whole hog that morning. Sold a whole hog the morning the pig's head appeared. That's an incredibly specific story. So, of course, journalists reached out. They contacted local butchers. The butchers they contacted said police hadn't asked them about a pig. The Guardian contacted the Metropolitan Police. And the London Police Department says Artie's description was, and I'm using their words here, categorically false. According to the Met, no such investigation had ever even taken place. That doesn't prove the pig's head didn't appear. Those are two different claims. But it means that the very detailed account of police tracing a pig through South London butchers is directly contradicted by the police themselves that supposedly conducted the investigation. And I don't know how to explain that away as a clerical error. And then we get to the plagiarism allegations. Now, this part I want to be precise. RJ has been accused of plagiarizing portions of his 2015 PhD dissertation. Analysis have identified numerous passages that appear extremely similar to a 2009 dissertation written by another researcher, Paula Zawadiak Myers. I don't know how the fuck you pronounce it. One analysis highlighted 36 pages that reproduced or closely tracked her work. Other reporting has put the number of similar pages above 100. There have also been questions about later academic research. In some papers, interview quotations allegedly resemble material appearing in another researcher's work. Now, more seriously, some interview responses reportedly reappear across different RDA studies while being attributed to apparently different research participants. If that were intentional, that's not simply sloppy citation. That raises questions about whether the underlying research data itself is reliable. But here's the important caveat. Liverpool John Moores University, the institution that awarded RDA's PhD, did investigate earlier allegations, and they did not uphold a finding of plagiarism or serious academic misconduct. They characterized issues as essentially honest and reasonable errors. RJ therefore denies that he's a plagiarist. He also denies being a liar or a fantasist. And that's important to include because we're not going to do the thing I'm criticizing Cambridge for doing. We're going to look at what the evidence is. Those are the same eyes as the tomato lady. Dude, oh my god, they are. They both have the crazy eyes. They also look like AOC's eyes. Let's look at the evidence, though. And Cambridge apparently decided there was now enough new information to investigate his academic qualifications and honorary appointments. RJ resigned the exact same day they launched the investigation. Cambridge is now conducting an independent inquiry into how he was appointed, even. That is a part of the story I actually care about, because RJ is one guy. Maybe every questionable claim has an explanation. Maybe some do, some don't. Maybe Cambridge's inquiry comes back and clears him on substantial portions of this. We'll see. But Cambridge University is not some random community college operating out of a strip mall. This is fucking Cambridge, okay? It's like the equivalent. It's like the English equivalent of Harvard. One of the most prestigious academic institutions in human history. Look at some of their previous students. Newton. Charles Darwin, Stephen fucking Hawking. And apparently, nobody thought to call Ohio State and ask, hey, was this guy actually a visiting professor there? Nobody calls Glasgow? Nobody calls Burbeck and verifies the master's degree. Nobody checks whether Palgrave actually published the book. Nobody asked for documentation behind the £5.5 million in charity fundraising. Nobody looks at the claim that your sociology professor apparently came within 50 miles of a 6-day ultra marathon world record. At some point, this stops being the Jason Arday story. This becomes a Cambridge story because institutions like Cambridge sell something more valuable than education. They sell credibility. When Cambridge puts professor before somebody's name, the rest of society assumes somebody at Cambridge has done their homework on the guy. That's the product. And Cambridge, what the fuck just happened? I lost my tab. I have no idea what's happened. Hold on. I gotta pull that back up. I wonder where that happened. Okay. Can somebody real quick just tell me in the chat that we're still live? Just want to make sure that the fucking stream didn't crash.
You're good.
Okay. Wife says I'm so good. Okay. Okay, hold on. Where was I? Okay. Cambridge initially responded to the scrutiny of Arday by publicly describing the allegations surrounding him as part of a vile smear campaign. Think about it. Your institution is presented with questions about one of its professors. You could investigate. You could quietly verify the resume. You could call the institutions involved. Instead, Cambridge initially goes on defense. That makes sense to me. It's one of their professors. More information comes out. Cambridge announces an investigation. Arday resigns. And now Cambridge is launching an independent inquiry into its own appointment process. So maybe the question here is not, why did Jason Arday tell all these fucking bullshit stories? The bigger question is, why did so many prestigious institutions apparently accept them? Because the entire purpose of the elite university is supposed to be skepticism, verification, evidence, research, peer review. You don't accept a proposition because it's inspiring. You test it. You don't believe something because you want it to be true. You demand the evidence. And somehow the institution whose entire fucking purpose is supposed to be rigorous inquiry apparently needed journalists from outside of the university to start asking extremely basic questions about one of its own professors. Now that's the irony to me. Cambridge teaches people how to evaluate evidence. Now Cambridge is conducting an independent investigation to determine whether Cambridge evaluated the evidence. So I genuinely want to see what the inquiry finds. Because maybe some of these allegations collapse under scrutiny. If they do, say so. But if Cambridge discovers the basic claims of the man's resume could have been disproven with a couple of emails, somebody needs to explain how that happened. Not with a press release, not with corporate language, not with lessons have been learned. I want to know who checked the resume, who verified the degrees, who verified the appointments, who evaluated the publications, who approved the hire, and when the people first raised concerns. Who decided the appropriate response was to attack the people asking questions instead of checking whether or not the questions were even rational? Because if Cambridge can't answer those questions, then Jason Arday is not the only person whose credibility should be sitting in the scrap pile. Cambridge's credibility should be tossed right in the fucking bin with it. Can I have that drink now?
Yeah, what does she want?
Just something to drink? Here. You handed me a wet jar lid.
What hands were wet?
This jar licks sniz. All right. We're at 2 hours, man. I think we did pretty good for the first ever episode of the Scrap Pile. Now, let's figure out what else we're going to do. Cool. Vic's Live. 'Twas the night before Andy and Candy is the name of his show. That's fine, thank you. Where is it? I saw this. I could hop on a panel. I got a Confluence panel over here that I can hop on. Let's see. I don't know. I know DSD was supposed to go live. I was interested to see what that was all about. I don't know if she went. It doesn't look like she went live. Where? Let me see. All right. I sent her a text. Hey, you asked her she's still going to log out live because she's doing like a trivia show, and it's like I haven't actually done one of those on stream. It's easy up to. I did play Bloodborne. I haven't played all of it. I played through some of it, and but no, actually, that's not where the name came from. I just thought it was cool. Like that. That's ultimately. I just thought of the name and like, oh, that seems like a cool name. Let's go hop on the Confluence panel. Okay. Every time my wife cooks, she sets off the fire alarm. There we go.
Side of the family is all German.
Okay, so she's like fully white. That's crazy.
Yeah, like
I guess
complete
that's
German
how genetics
ancestry.
work. Oh, it's Steelborn, I think. Steelborn, give me one of these. My freaking debate partner. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're on the same team, motherfuckers. Yeah, that's right. Me and Steelborn, put him at the top. Wait, let me move this guy up. Oh, my streamer is bugging. Oh, we're bugging right now. Let's go, Steelborn. You ready?
What's
You
up,
ready
Confluence?
for
I'm
it?
excited
Not
for this.
tomorrow. Yeah, you're
Can you
excited.
move,
This is
can you
Saturday
move
night.
section
You're ready to rip
230
balls?
to be above Kirk?
Yeah, that's only fair, I feel. That's a fair request.
Yeah, put that unit at the bottom.
Superiority, for sure.
How's it going, Steelborn?
It's going good, pretty good.
That'd be fair.
What are you guys up to over here?
Well, we're doing some. Well, this is supposed to be a religious
Art
cast
review
battle.
and
We're gonna
talking
turn it
shit.
into like an art review thing. So we're kind of like
We're
reviewing art right
measuring
now.
dicks, and we were trying to figure out if you should measure from the asshole and how much you should
look-
take into account ye and yaw.
Look at this! Look at this little
Ew.
fucking chat Steelborn. These are the balls we're gonna be ripping off. Look, he wants us to give our thoughts. He wants to like this is the captain of the debate team, by the way, Testicular Johnson. Okay, know thy enemy, Steelborn. It is him. He is the squirrel.
I've
You
argued
will
with Testicle
eat him,
before.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay, so you know what you're getting into. Okay.
Yeah. Here's what I would tell you. You'll find out tomorrow, or in fucking 2 days, fucker. I ain't giving away all the
Yeah,
secrets
that's
now.
right. You're not going to hear our thoughts on meta
Oh, actually, hold on a sec. Hold on.
ethics,
Actually, hold
Not
on.
gonna happen.
Hold on, Confluence. We can give our thoughts. Yes, morality is objective. I will
Morality
give
is
no
objective.
further explanation because I'm not giving away my
I actually
argument.
agree. I agree with
That's
that.
it. That's funny that you would
I
agree with me
do
on
think
this.
That morality is objective. Yeah, that's weird. I also agree with that. Steve, what do you think about objective morality? Member for 10 months, which is a long time. One of my longest members, by the way, which is why the balls will taste so much better, not in a gay way, in like just in a rip your balls off and you know.
I wrote on my napkin that morality is subjective, but if it was objective, mine would be right. So I guess
he thinks
I'm
it's
right.
he thinks it's fake and gay.
That position, sir, is fake and gay.
Is it?
It is. Both, yeah. Both Tyler. Wait, Steelborn, do we know? Has Horst told us? Wait, do we know like who?
Yeah, who we're debating? Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, who are we debating? Because I know it's Testy and Brandon, which I called as soon as Horst said this to me. I messaged him. I said, I know he's picking Brandon of this massive list. I of course know, and he freaking did. The
Yeah,
little squirrel.
It's Test, Brandon, and Mr. Hammer.
Okay, who the
Hammer's
fuck is
pretty
Mr.
good.
Hammer? Who
Hey,
the fuck
he
is
looks
that
like
guy?
Bam Margera. He's pretty good. I've gone against him and him on my team.
Wait,
Give me
He's
some,
not bad.
Well, you guys are
what do they
debating
call it?
objective morality?
Oppo politics. What's it called? Oppo research. Give me Oppo research on this Mr. Hammer guy because I've never heard of this guy. And
Who's
I've been
the third-
prepping specifically for Testy and Brandon in ball ripping in
Oh,
each of their
Brand-
dimensions.
oh.
But I don't know this like MC Hammer guy.
You guys are gonna get mugged by Brandon.
I know. That's why I'm trying to do
It's,
Oppo research on the other two. I understand. I understand. You think I don't know Brandon is like the freaking omni boss of freaking meta ethics? I freaking know that.
Yeah,
I'm trying
and on
to
top of that, he's vegan Kratos, so you guys are fucked.
yeah,
Wait, hold on. I was on a list of people you could have picked and you didn't pick me.
Yeah, because you're stupid.
Why
And you're not a good team
Yeah,
player.
imagine that.
Yeah, Mel.
Kirk,
was
you
on
remember
the
when
list
I
of
was your
like
team
things,
captain on a
that were, like,
5v5?
just revealing things, but
Why wouldn't you pick me?
Because you don't play as a team player. I had a 5v5 going. I was your team captain. I'm like, hey, we want you to argue this fundamental pillar and we'll all be on the same page and have a really tight argument. You're like, nah, I'm just going to do my own thing. Fuck you. So, yeah, that's why no one wants you on their team because you're kind of a dick.
I picked the winning
Well,
team.
that
I
and
actually
Melvin
can't
didn't
believe I
train
wrote
you,
it on
so
Well, let me ask you this:
You
who
can't be
did
a
you
good
pick?
debater
Confluence? You
with
picked
Mel- without
Steelborn,
Mel.
Hey,
and who else?
Steel-
Hold on,
Steelborn.
Confluence.
That's-
One of my
that's
one of my mods wants
situation.
to ask you a question. You said your longest
Ask
member.
away.
Yeah, you said your longest member tastes good. Can you elaborate on that?
I don't think I said that specific. I don't
Well,
think I
he
said those
tastes a
words in
lot
that
of wrong
sequence.
members, so
I don't think I
Yeah.
said those words in that sequence. Okay, so
Well, you said
can-
he's your
this-
longest member, and you said it's going to taste so good. So why does your longest member taste good?
His longest member simply goes by Quan. That's all we know about him.
Okay, look, I'm not like I'll say the quiet part out loud. I will be ripping testicular Johnsons, the squirrels. I will be ripping his balls off, and I will be eating the balls. Okay, that's what I will be doing, and
That's
they will.
all right. That's ritualistic.
It's not in a gay way. Okay, I've said this before. I don't want to have to rehash this whole thing. I've been through so many times. Right? It's in like I'm stealing their power kind of way. Okay, I've done this like a million times. It's not in like a weird way. I rip them off from the body and then I eat them in a cannibalistic way, right? So you can tell your
Confluence, I have a question for you. So
answer his question.
Well, so Confluence, I read this this study earlier, and it said like 1 in 10 men is apparently 1 in 10 men is gay. But let's be honest, one man is pretty fucking gay. Okay, 1 in 10, that's kind of showboating at that point.
You're,
I think it's like 3% of men are gay. So that'd be like 1 in 30.
Yeah, freaking Steelborn, the guy who's supposed to be on my side. I hope you have better stats than that during a debate, Steelborn, because that's some Kinsey level bullshit. That's not true. You know that's not true.
Well, I mean,
said that for the joke.
Kinsey ass,
openly gay.
Yeah.
Only 3% of men are openly gay.
Jokes. There's only 2 days left, Steelborn. There's no time for jokes.
Wait, Confluence.
Steelborn,
Hold on.
You have to wait. No, hold on, Kurt. Shut the fuck up. This is important. Actually, no. Never mind. I won't say this out loud. But Steelborn, I will DM you. I think I have.
Okay,
you
hold on a
DMs,
second.
right?
We have to tell Horseradish that he has to get some aviators though.
Oh my. That's what I was gonna DM you. That's what I was gonna. Okay, fine. Fine. That's what I was gonna. Now you said it, but that's what
I thought it was gonna be about the argument.
I've been telling him this. Okay, fine. You said it already. Yes, that's what I was gonna DM you. Yes, that's how we mock them. That's how. But now you said it. Now it won't have the mock potential. But yes, Horse has to. You have to convince him. Because I'm trying to convince him. You got to convince him. We have to be all three of us. Yeah. See, Testy's already using this against us. He's already using this. But yes, we all have to be aviatored up.
Who else did you pick?
It's me, Confluence, and Horseradish.
Wait, Horseradish? I thought he doesn't get into debates.
Oh,
he does sometimes.
It's his first time, brother.
Well, so there was a couple of weeks ago when Horseradish was doing a the DMZ where he was going to be involved in the debates, and actually he was going to debate me, and then he ended up canceling the show because I think he was sick.
He said it's his first debate and his first 3v3 debate on DMZ. So
he did a mini one a couple of times. I think we did a mini debate or two.
I think it's bullshit that you didn't pick me.
You're stupid.
If I can pick between Steelborn and you, Kirk, you must understand.
I'm good at philosophy.
But you're not a good team player.
Hold on a second. I want to just real quick. Hold on. He says I'm good at philosophy.
Your crash out yesterday was funny as fuck.
With you.
What?
I said he says that he's good at philosophy. The chat most definitely disagree with him after our 1v1.
No, Confluence reviewed our debate and he thought I did pretty well.
For a little while,
I will say, no, I actually do think that. I will say that. Yeah, I'm 10 toes down Confluence. I will say, I think Kirk did incredibly well against you, Steelborn. I think he really did. I think that was Kirk's strongest debate performance I've ever seen from him.
According to Speakeasy's chat, it was like 95%. I won.
Yeah, but that's like so like audience captured though. That's
like
going into peace. What are you talking? Dude, they hate me over there.
Nah, you're one of the regulars.
Yeah, and
they voted me off when the live debate we were doing live VK. They voted me off when I mogged your argument because I was saying shit they didn't like. So I think that I am the black guy.
Fuck. Oh, is it average? Okay.
Yeah.
No, you said that AI was coming to take your roofing jobs.
No, I didn't.
I literally asked you that directly, and you're like, yes.
I was a little high. I wasn't that high.
I asked you directly. Do you think AI is going to take away take over the trades? And you're like, yes. I'm like, let me know how much he's going to charge you to redo your roof.
But it also was making the argument that it's not going to take away jobs in a whole. It's going to make it easier to access these things. Do you remember what the prompt was of our debate? It was going down to 30-hour work weeks. How we didn't like mandatory 32 hours. Anything after that's overtime.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
And I was arguing that AI is going to make it so we just need a little less, demand on the worker. We could cut it down to 4 days a week and give more people time with their kids. And you're like, no, a man should work 60 hours.
No, I was saying that you saying that 32 is the mandatory. What the problem with making 32 the mandatory is that it's going to severely reduce your ability to get overtime.
Sure, but
and here's
we
why:
don't
because
need
companies
it.
are going to be no, you would need it. I need it. I need the overtime. But if you make it so that 32 hours is the mandatory minimum, and then anything past that's overtime, companies are going to be way less likely to actually let you work any overtime.
I don't think so, because what you're doing is you're shrinking the market supply of the worker by 20%. So you're making so we have 20% less labor value out of a worker. You're going to need more workers to get the same amount of work done. There's going to be more available
You're going to need more workers. It's cheaper. It's cheaper to hire someone else than to pay you that much overtime.
Okay,
unless that person isn't there.
I have to get a drink. I will let you all.
There's
finish.
9 million unfilled jobs right now. If that person's not there,
prompt, okay. Then we're moving through prompt. Okay, so you guys hash this out. While I get a drink.
Yes, Steelborn is just right about this. If you made it a mandatory minimum of 32 hours, or whatever, or a mandatory maximum, the bottom line is you would have companies that would basically hire and outsource the labor to more people and lower wages.
Yeah,
and if that labor wasn't there, we had full employment.
Well, the problem with this argument is there's always going to be the demand for labor, but the second that you start inflating the labor force, your ability to argue and demand for wages goes down instantly.
Yeah. So, you just be a little more stingent, like, hey, where are we going to let in 800,000 visa workers this year? And then, if it's a tight labor market and you get your higher wages and everybody benefits at the end of the day. And it would be an adjustment. It would take a couple of years, but we could get there. And we have, the technology to automate a lot of shit. We don't need as much people in the workforce as much as we do. I think it could be feasible. But I lost. I'm not, legitimately, I'm not taking that grievance.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I will be fully upfront with you. I'm still butthurt that the finals for VK Live wasn't me versus Cool Vic.
Vic was really cool and actually very cool in person.
Yeah, Vic's great.
Cool kid, Vic.
Sad that he thought between me and him.
So,
all right, prompt time. This is what this is about. Steelborn, I hope you're down for this.
I've never hopped on one of these panels before. Let's see what you got.
Okay, great. So I pull up a prompt. We go clockwise, snake-wise. So, it makes a little clock. It makes a little snake. You'll get the point. No crosstalk. 30 seconds apiece at the end after everyone's had their 30 seconds. Then we spurk at the same time in the same way. Let's begin. Should people wait until marriage to have sex? Question mark. Starting with you, Steelborn.
Yeah, absolutely. If you wait for marriage in order to have sex, for one, what is the point of marriage? Even from the secular view, the argument that you can make from the secularist view, the only argument you can make for what actually distinguishes, a marriage from not marriage is that's the person that you're supposed to be able to have sex with. Now, if your girlfriend consents, that's sure, you can, but it's not actually a better living situation, especially not for women. It's considering the fact that the most dangerous place for a woman to be is cohabitating with a man that she's not married to.
Based. That's my debate partner right there. That was just so fast. I enjoy it. Okay, Straight Soda, aka Keelan. I have to get Zins, but I can still hear you all. Go ahead, Keelan.
Come back to me.
That was played.
Hi, Tyler.
What was it? I'm sorry, I missed the prompt.
Should people wait till marriage to have sex?
Oh, okay. No, I don't think generally we live by any particular secular standard. I think that the way our government and amendments are structured, we don't want to live by those standards. That's how America was laid out, to be that secular nation. So if somebody wants to live by that standard, there shouldn't be everything prohibiting them. If you absolutely not, practice your religion, but don't compel anyone else to do it. We have a practical morality in the United States made up an amalgam of a bunch of different groups all having their say in a democracy. And it's resulted in the best living situation we've ever had as human beings. Let's not break what's working.
Okay, I'm back. Can we first go around and just everyone say their religion and shit?
Oh yeah.
Okay, shit, you're right.
Yes, that is true. In 10 seconds or less, just so all the audience knows, just 10 seconds, just a brief recap. What are you? What's the label that fits you religiously? Starting with you, Steelborn, ending with me, clockwise, snakewise.
We'll go. I'll just say Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, Keelan.
I think what best describes me is an agnostic atheist.
Terrible times. Tyler.
I try to be a good faith agnostic, and government's my daddy. I'm a technocrat.
Mm-hmm. Big soda.
I'm just a dirty Protestant.
That's right, you are. Section 230, first time chatter, first time panelist.
I would say Orthodox adjacent. I'm not in it yet, but I'm definitely leaning towards that.
Inquire. Would you say inquiring?
Transjuder.
I would say inquiring for sure.
I like that joke. You repeat it again.
What did you say?
I said transjuder.
That's good. I'll give him that.
That's actually kind of valid. Yeah.
We have to. We call
Turkey
balls and
goy.
strings here. I'll allow that, Kirk. All right. Avery.
I'm agnostic. I respect other people's beliefs until they disrespect mine.
Okay. Okay. And I am
Fair.
an esoteric Christian, which means I'm a Christian, basically a filthy Protestant, but I allow myself a little bit of breathing room for some heresy from time to time. Okay, so that's my stance. Now back to the clockwise, snakewise. Keelan, are you ready with your answer to should people wait until marriage to have sex?
Yeah, I think people should wait until marriage because it represents a commitment, and they're generally, if you have sex and you have kids, there are better outcomes for the kids if they're in a stable environment, which marriage provides.
Based.
Okay, I'm taking notes on that. I wanna go back to that, but no crosstalk. Big Soda, did you give your answer?
Yeah, Tyler already gave his answer.
Yes.
For sure.
Okay. Yeah, I would say yes.
Show fellas.
People should wait till marriage to have sex. I think as Keelan said, it's kind of a sign of the commitment. I think we've seen negative results from people not waiting till marriage.
Based, red pilled. Section 230.
Yeah, absolutely wait till marriage, both from a religion standpoint, but also a health standpoint. The more partners you have, the more times that you pair bond with people, psychological issues, as well as risk of STDs and other things that you can't get rid of. And then you're going to do that before you find the person you want to be with for the rest of your life. That sounds like a losing battle. But from a religious aspect, it just aligns better with what I believe in.
Right? Transjudin or whatever you said.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Keelan here. Stable environments are good for kids.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think
Avery.
anybody would disagree with that. If you want to wait till marriage, by all means, more power to you. But when you're an adult, have fun.
Glad to see someone else out here who fucking respects the First Amendment.
What?
Okay, and I guess we'll end with me. I will take this in a non kind of religious way. Actually, I think pair bonding, I would say, is the most important thing.
What the fuck is that?
And I do, I obviously am religious, so but I want to take this in a different direction. I think pair bonding is the most important thing. So if you fuck before marriage, is that the worst thing? It's the worst thing if you don't end up sticking together. If you stick together, then I think all of the things, the empirics that we've talked about do you have kids? They stay in the household. I think all those could be true. I think if you're omni committed, I don't know if the marriage is the sticking point. I mean, from a religious point, I think it is, but that's what I want to say. Now, crosstalk is enabled. Everyone's perk at the same time in the same way. Keelan, actually, I will come after you first.
Damn it! I had a question for Average.
I beat you to it. Keelan, I want to know. I want to hear your thoughts on this. Okay. So why are you so committed to this idea? Because you've said this before, right? That you're you're not religious, but you're somewhat. So you're one of those rare categories. You're because Avery, right? Typical, same Tyler, typical, right? They're not religious, so they're you could just do what you want, just put it inside whoever. It's all good. It's 2026, right? But Keelan, you're kind of more trad coded in this way. So what was your exact reason again?
Straw man of my position.
Oh yeah. Women don't talk to me.
No, be dead ass with me, Keelan. Be dead ass. Okay, be dead ass.
Well, I think about things a lot, and certain actions that you do, even if you're not with someone currently, could deeply offend someone you would be with in the future. And one of those things would be having sex with someone else. Well, certain people are okay with it. There are a lot of people who aren't okay with it. So that's definitely part of the reason is respect for whatever future person I would be married to.
Okay, I appreciate that. So brief back and forth, and then I'll let Steelborn ask his question. But so Keelan, so like that sounds like a good answer against like casual sex. But like, what about like my idea of like pair bonding? Like if like what do you mean by marriage? Like if you meet somebody and let's say you guys are both committed, then there in that case there would be no like future person to be like hurt by this or anything. Then would you fuck?
Well, I don't see that as much of a commitment because like marriage has real consequences, whereas like if you believe you're pair bonded with someone, you don't necessarily know whether they actually feel the same way as you do. So I do think I require that extra step of like having the marriage.
Right. And Testy, just so you know, this will be the next prompt, even though it wasn't super chatted, because that's a fucking insane thing to say. And Testy, you should join panel because I don't think you yourself would defend that position.
Hashtag bring back slut shaming.
Yeah, I can respond to that too. Like,
Yes.
If I agree
Fucking
with
leftists.
what Testicle Johnson says, and I say like anyone who cares about body count is insecure. Everyone has insecurities, and future partners not excluded. I think that's something to be cognizant of, and like I don't have to have sex. It's not something I need to survive, so I can forego it for a future thing.
I mean, but Keelan, how many people actually care if their partner has fucked somebody else before them? Like when you get into your mid-20s, bro, it's kind of a given. Like I don't really like who are these people? Because I've never really met someone who's really cared.
I really cared
about if they're partners. Well,
yeah,
like
that's,
I've never.
That's Avery. This is the circles we run in. Like me and Steelborn, even though we have different religious ideals, both being Christians, we probably run in Christian circles. I meet people all the time that care about that shit. So you probably don't meet people. You think it's like an impossibility. People care about that.
I don't think it's an impossibility. I just think it's not as big as what you think it is.
Do you think it's very big in like Muslim communities?
Yeah, I've met plenty of people like
Well,
that.
yeah, sure.
How about like actual Orthodox communities?
I'm talking about like in America.
Easy. Hey, what's up, Easy? What's up, Easy's chat? Everybody needs to send Easy your phone.
Hey, Easy, good to see you, man.
How's everybody doing? How's everybody
doing? The whole world.
Good.
Yeah, sure.
Easy,
But
since you just joined,
I don't think it's the majority of the population.
Easy, give us 10 seconds on what your religious stance is, and then give 30 seconds, if you can, on your response to the prompt, which is, should people wait until marriage to have the sex?
I thought you guys were talking about insecurities, and
that's the next prompt.
That's the next one, yeah.
That's next.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to respond to what Buddy was just saying. I think I can change his mind in one question.
Oh, good luck with that.
So who's the guy who's just saying, I don't think I really care about
Avery.
The part.
Oh, no, Avery's reasonable. I thought you were talking about Testicle Johnson.
I am a meat popsicle.
Chat? Are we talking about this? Anyone cares about body count?
No, right before I came up here, somebody was talking and saying.
Yeah, that was the guy.
Yeah,
that was the guy at the very bottom middle. Easy.
Yeah,
Avery Ozzy.
Okay, so let me ask you something, right? You're about to marry your girl. You're about to marry your girl, and your boy sends you a video of your girl getting fucking gangbanged by fucking like 7 jacked up fucking dudes. And he sends you that. That's
now
from
that you
10
say it,
years
I'm pretty
ago,
sure they were black.
What dudes? Place for those dudes, Easy.
That's yeah. They were 10 jacked up black dudes. All right.
You just bit that bullet.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
So you get sent that the night before your wedding. Are you still getting married the next day?
Well, things like that would have been discussed beforehand. I mean, if she was
why do you care? Hold on, why do you care?
Well, first off,
if things like that were just like that's what I would expect out of someone. Like, we're gonna have this discussion. If she was open and
Oh,
honest
you
with me in
expect
the
her to tell
beginning,
you
then
about
yeah.
her nights getting gangbanged? That's what you expect her to tell you about?
When I was 17, I was whoring around.
You started this with, come on, when you get to like your mid-20s, you don't care if your girl fucked someone before you. I just gave you a scenario where you were like, well, wait a minute. We would have had to have discussed that. What if you didn't, right? You didn't discuss this. She kept
I'd
that
be
to herself
pissed.
because she was ashamed.
Yeah, I'd be pissed.
And you probably wouldn't marry her the next day, right?
Probably not the next day.
All right. Well, can I ask him a question?
You care
real quick?
about body count too. I changed your mind.
Briefly, you
See?
can, but a super chat.
Well, body count would just 8 guys all at a different time. That's body
like it's
matter
Wait, let him read the super chat. Hold on.
Someone's getting logged on pound today. WEZW. I'm on their side. I'm on the same team. What the fuck? Thank you for the $10, but what the fuck? We're together on this. Okay, we're together on this against these freaking sex before marriage, body count doesn't matter people. Okay.
Okay. Well, can I just ask?
I think I could convince Avery too.
I would
quick?
like to explain this real quick. A high body count is different from getting trained or a gangbang. That's
I agree with that. So that's what I was going to ask. Okay, so hold on. How many bodies?
Well, wait
is
a
too many
minute.
before you
What if
marry
she
her?
didn't fuck anybody after that because she was so ashamed of that action? She was like, "That's it. Those 7 guys only until I'm married."
Yeah, I only have 7 in my body count, but those 7 matter,
7 at once, as this chat from Let's G points out. 7 at once is not the same as 7 throughout, let's say, like 7 years. That's not the same. This is
not the same. You're
Or even
right.
like
It's
7
not
with
the
the
same.
Well, it is still body count, but
Let's
this
play
act
into
is
the
more
let's play
heinous.
into that position. Okay.
It's the same.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you something real quick.
All right, fine. Instead, wait, one more question, Steelboy, and fine. Let's do one guy. You get sent a video of some guy videotaping her blowing his big black dick. All right, and that was 10 years ago. That was 10 years ago, but she's fucking doing some shit she's never even done to you. All right, you still good? You marrying her the next day? It's just one guy.
Yeah, that one's probably fine. 10 years ago? Yeah. That's probably...
Wait, what if it? Wait. What if it was 500 dudes, but it was only one at a time?
Yeah, that's kind of different.
Now it's not heinous because it's not all at once.
Well, hold on.
It's not all at once. It's individual bodies. What's the problem?
Hold on.
It's just body count, right?
2 metrics. The amount that's happening to the girl at once obviously matters. If it's like 7 black guys on one girl, that is worse than 7 in sequence over the course of years. But also, yeah, the total amount, the gross amount matters as well. If it's like 500 people, that matters as well.
Well, hold on a second.
Yeah, it's almost like body count matters no matter
I'm
what.
asking the same question.
Yeah, so wait a minute though.
How many
Meat
is too many?
popsicle.
How many is too many?
Meat popsicle. Does that mean the next day you're like, oh yeah, it's okay that she was just fucking deep throating this fucking dick on camera. I'll still marry her.
I need to see like a ratio.
Was it like a porn video that everyone sees, or was it like a private video that they filmed?
It's time over body count.
If your buddy got a hold of it, that means somehow it was out there.
It's not private anymore.
Yeah, that means it's not private. Yeah.
It's time over body count with a variable for race.
Well, hold on. Just here's my question. Hold on a sec. Hold on.
There's a strong variable for it.
Hold on, Popsicle. Here's my question to you. What is your threshold where?
Let me change my fucking name, dude. Holy shit, this is getting funny.
Time over body count times race. There we go.
Hold on. What is the threshold in which you will in which you'll say this is now too many bodies?
I would say somewhere around like upwards of 20 within that threshold.
So you care about body count?
I'd say over
20 is
pretty high.
crazy. 20 is crazy.
So hold on. So why are you so insecure then?
So body count matters.
I'm not that what do you mean? Why would I be insecure about
Why
it?
are you gonna diss the girl that's 21?
That's the prompt.
Why? What's wrong with 30? Or what if it's like 50? What if she was
That's
like a
the prompt.
prostitute? What if she was a prostitute?
What about
That's my arbitrary line. All right, it's my preferences.
That was
Okay.
very, very female to say, "Why are you insecure?" That's what like a girl says.
That's the prompt. The prompt is that's the prompt.
It's the prompt. It's the prompt, Gio.
I'm late to the party. I'm bald. I'll mute.
Yes.
That's all good.
I mean, it's not even technically the prompt. I didn't pull up.
That's the one we're arguing about.
Well, I got a question too.
Yeah, but
Confluence, if I could.
To an extent, like there is no like for me, there is no definite yes or no. Like, I mean, sure,
2,000
20 is my arbitrary threshold. Oh fuck no, 20 is my arbitrary threshold. Like
hold on
that's
a
what I
sec.
start considering.
Which one's
Everyone's
worse
a
to you? Hold
fucking
on. Which
whore in
one's worse to
college
you?
now.
20 Asians or 10 black guys?
I don't give a shit.
No, I got a question, and this one's pretty valid for anyone who disagrees with this. Is it acceptable to say? Wait. Is it acceptable to say that with the more bodies that any person has, the higher rate of STDs they're likely to have? Not guaranteed, but likely.
No,
Is
yeah,
that
no,
correct?
you're 100% correct. The likelihood increases.
And so the higher the body count is, the more concerned about your own health you should be. Is that an insecurity?
No, okay, wait. I want to pause for a second because I think this is one of those
Depends on
arguments
if they're
that like
practicing safe sex or not.
no one actually means this. Like hypothetically, section. Let me ask you. Let's say STDs. We live in a world where STDs don't exist. Then would your answer change? Would 10 guys be like fine because STDs?
No, but you're appealing. What you're doing.
No,
is you're
but that's
appealing
one aspect
but
of it.
Confluence. What you're doing there is you're appealing to people who use harm reduction as their standard, right? Is Avery Christian?
No.
Right. So sex
I'm
before
agnostic.
marriage because God said so means absolutely fucking nothing to him.
Right.
Right.
That's valid.
But saying
No,
don't
it
have
would
sex
still be a
before
problem for me.
marriage, saying don't
Right.
have sex before marriage so that you
Based.
don't have a higher chance of getting STDs makes
Yeah, I
sense
think
to
it's
Avery
easy.
because
I
that's
think you're
his
Actually,
standard.
there's another argument that I think
you're
would actually appeal to him much
you're
better.
confusing Avery with section. I'm responding to section saying this.
I
So
know, and
section-
I'm explaining
Yeah,
to you
and
what sections
I
do.
operate under the Christian framework. Yeah.
Then why were you talking
So
about Avery?
I'm asking
because
him from a
Avery
health
is
standard
yeah.
because he doesn't.
Well, so another
Like you
interesting
said,
thought.
confluence. Listen, right now, maybe you lost where we were. You
Yeah,
asked
maybe.
section, right? You asked section. Why do you bring up the STDs? You don't actually care about that. You're right. Under sections 230's worldview, even if there was no STDs, he would still say don't have sex before
Right.
marriage. But he's saying it
Absolutely.
to Avery because Avery uses a harm reduction worldview where if there's less harm, it's
Right.
better. So he's saying, don't you think it's better if you have less chance of getting STDs?
I'm not gonna apply that to
Yeah,
everything,
if
though,
section's
but yeah.
argument is
In this
applied
case,
to,
sure.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's just a
I
fair
have-
argument.
so
That's all.
I have a question
But as
for.
an objective argument, I don't think it's a good argument because I think if we remove that
For a harm reductionist, it is. I think for a harm reductionist,
For non-Christians, you could defeat my argument.
If you want to make the pragmatic argument, I don't even think STDs is the best rate to go. How about the fact that the more sexual partners that you have, the more likely you are your relationship's going to fail. The higher a woman's body count is, the
pair bonding,
likelihood
yeah.
of her divorce increases dramatically. So if that's
Well,
the
I would use
case,
that
would
too.
you not agree that it's far better for children to be raised in a home by their biological mother and father who are married?
I think that data is a little. I've looked at it. It's like after a certain point, like after the body count of like 2, it plateaus. So it's basically like religious versus not secular marriages generally.
No, that's even true for
is how
secular
it
marriages.
breaks
That's
down.
even
That's
true for
not-
secular marriages.
Yeah, that's not accurate.
So generally, a secular marriage would be one that's
The higher it gets, the worse it gets. That's when you see women with dead eyes.
It has a plateau onto it to some degree after 2. It doesn't.
You mean diminishing returns, not a plateau. It doesn't just
No.
stop growing.
Yeah,
Like it
doesn't
gets
stop
worse
growing.
over time. The more bodies.
No,
I'll answer your
If a woman
question
has
in the
500
super chat,
bodies,
not
she's not
me.
at the same point as 3.
I've looked at the data. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so have I.
But
Brief pause.
I was just gonna say confluence. I want to tell you why this question right here though doesn't really mean anything because like I could like I use a vape for nicotine. I would still tell my kids and your kids and everyone's kids not to fucking start vaping, not to smoke cigarettes.
Right.
Does that make
Yeah.
me wrong? No,
Right.
it means
That's-
I made a
yeah.
wrong choice.
Yep.
What I'm doing is wrong, and I want not other people not to do the wrong thing.
You're being
Yeah,
objective.
and that-
Watch,
that's
it's super easy,
Before-
right? Hold on,
Wait, hold up. Let me
Hold on,
read
watch
the-
this,
let me
ready?
read the chat.
Your
Let me-
kids shouldn't drink beer.
Right. Exactly. That's it. Yeah.
Go ahead and tell
Yeah,
tell me
I
I'm a
don't know if
hypocrite.
I don't know.
That's
so
the
I don't know
mean,
if this is
right?
a perfect do as I say, not as I do. I think like Testy, I think you would agree with this. Let me pull up your chat again before I read it. I think you would agree. It's like I would say like lying is a bad thing to do in general. There's circumstances, maybe we can get into that, obviously, but you know, lying in general, being dishonest is bad. But
What are you doing?
obviously I've been dishonest before, right? Like so, but that doesn't like discredit me from saying dishonesty is bad. So like there is. I think
Billboard,
there is
your
some
mic is
fallacy
loud.
going
A lot
on
of
here. Where
background
it's,
noise.
this is like kind of
Yeah, I don't know
bit of an
who's
ad
got that
hoc. As if, like, if
background
I'm
noise, but there's like a
saying,
fan
if I
or
don't meet
something
the
going.
standards
There's
and I
anything
don't,
going here.
you know, I can't say this, but yeah, we'll do a clockwise, snakewise. Let's fucking do it. Okay.
Also,
I
just, you
see
know,
a
I was
comment. Let's
muted
keep-
while Confluence was
everyone-
just talking that whole time until I unmuted. I'm muted, like, I manually muted my mic while he was talking.
I don't know who it
stopped, and
was.
then
There
when
was just, it sounded like somebody had a fucking fan going or something.
Oh, I heard something, but it was quiet on my end. Okay, so
Yeah, it's
Testy's
quiet
saying,
now.
We'll do a clockwise, snakewise.
Yeah, I'm not muted.
You know, we've preambled enough. Everyone's saying to wait for marriage before schmecks. How many of you were virgins until marriage? No dodging. Let's hear the do as I say, not as I do. Okay, clockwise, snakewise, Steelborn. I don't know if Steelborn's married. Steelborn
I am married.
Where did you wait for marriage before?
I will say no that I didn't, but I also didn't become anywhere near as religious as I did until right before my marriage, and I've been with the same woman since we were 15.
Based. Wait. Does that mean you had sex before you were 15? I think, right?
No.
Wait, what?
Questions you should never ask. Number 132.
That wouldn't even follow.
That's not illegal. That's
I'm
if
not
you were
very
under- if you were
curious
like-
about under 14-year-olds having sex, Confluence, and don't make it look like you are either. Let's move on.
I am curious about this specific question. It's not an illegal question. I don't know why. He's
We were
not
16.
answering.
We were
That's
16.
fine. You can be a 13-year-old having sex at 13. It's not illegal.
I just
wanna
said no. I'm
that's
saying
fine.
my
You don't
The
have
fuck
to-
it isn't.
Yeah, that is.
The fuck it
It is.
isn't.
The parents.
It's
The
not
parents of the
illegal. That's
of
not
the
illegal. What are you
press
talking
charges.
about?
Confluence. Yo, bro,
Yes, it is.
bro. You think two parents are allowed to allow two 13-year-olds to have sex in their house, bro? You think that's allowed?
Not what I fucking said, to be very clear.
So how is it
what
not
I said.
illegal?
I said if a 13-year-old has sex with a
Gone way
13-year-old,
off
that
topic.
is not illegal.
Can we
All right,
continue
let's get out of
clockwise,
this, bro.
snakewise?
I don't want you to look bad right now.
Yeah, I would
Confluence.
just
I love
I
abandon
you,
don't think
buddy.
I'm looking bad.
Put one of those
For the health of the stream, we should probably
Who's
move
next?
on.
Who's
next?
For the health of the stream.
L's and E's.
We're protecting you, Confluence.
Guys, L's and Easy's chat for Confluence.
Okay, apparently. Yeah, okay, apparently.
I don't
Okay.
know what the fuck we doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's
Easy.
next?
You,
Oh, it's me?
brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely I didn't wait for marriage. No, I should have though. That's the thing, right? Like I should have. That's as simple as it is, right? Do as I say, not as I do is like it's a good thing for a lot of things, right? Like, you know, when you see those commercials, that's like these guys are licensed, or you know, these guys are professionals. Don't practice this at home, right? Like, there's a reason they're telling you this because you know you shouldn't do that shit, right? When you watch those jackass videos and they're fucking blowing up watermelons up each other's assholes and shit, and they're telling you, nah, don't do this at home. You should listen. Just saying.
Right, Tyler?
Well, I mean, the question doesn't really apply to me. It's applying to all the people that said no marriage before sex. So I guess I didn't wait. I think I was in the 30s or 40s body count wise when I got married. My wife did. It mattered for her. It didn't matter for me. Everyone gets to make their own decisions. So that's how, you know, reality works in our adult liberal society where it's run as a democracy and not a religious theocracy as people want. And Section 230, I posted that data you were completely wrong about in the Discord if you're interested.
And I got news.
Yeah, sure. I could pull up a study that
means
completely
you
goes
can't.
the opposite way. That's how studies work.
All right. No crosstalk. Big soda.
Uh,
Wait.
I did wait. I was a virgin until 22 years of till I was 22. I married my wife, and that Sunday after we were wed, we had sex.
Based.
Wait, is that actually you're being dead ass?
I'm being dead ass.
Based.
I only had one other girlfriend before my wife, and it lasted for
How
maybe a
long were you
year.
with your wife until you got married?
Good man.
Probably like 4 or 5 years.
Oh, fucking based. Holy shit. Okay, that's super based.
Legend.
Big soda is so based. Yeah, even Testy can recognize this. Okay. Section 230.
Yeah, so I wasn't a Christian back then, and no, I did not wait. And once I found Christianity, though, I cleaned up my act, and I think that part of Christianity is finding forgiveness for the mistakes that you make in your past. But that doesn't mean that you can't speak against others doing that in hopes that they won't follow down your own footsteps. I think that's sage advice, and anyone who tries to shame that is actually dealing with their own insecurities and shit like that. And Tyler, I've seen studies that say both, so I could pull up a study that says positive in my direction and positive in your direction. He did it.
I'm sure
he did it. No crosstalk, Confluence. No crosstalk. No crosstalk.
Look, I got a mountain on my side.
Yeah, no crosstalk. Yeah, no crosstalk.
Yeah, you take your L,
Get out of
bitch.
here. Yeah, get out of here. Cross-talking ass. Anyways, next.
Yeah, I'm
not gonna lie, I was probably gonna jump.
Well, that
What a
is
surprise.
I was probably gonna leave this panel and easy pop in.
shocker.
Yes.
All right, Avery.
Wait,
Well,
that makes
Avery,
me. Wait,
yeah,
hold
you
on,
know,
hold on.
yeah.
I still get some part of my 30 seconds. That makes me more.
Sure, go ahead.
That makes me more Christian than you guys.
No, it
Get
makes
the fuck
you
out.
No, that makes you more Jewish.
loser.
Get him, Jew boy.
You're a chick in the Denny's fucking bathroom, like Tessie suggested. Okay, unironically, not advice, not legal advice. It is advice. It's not legal advice though. Avery.
I mean, I'm not religious, and I said I don't care if people wait for sex before marriage or not. I don't think that doesn't apply to me.
That's fair. That's valid.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I'm not married, but I've also never had sex, so.
Kirk
Based.
Also based. Also Kirk coded, but also based. Two things that can be true at the same time. Geo.
All right, guys. When this red light is not on, my mic is hot. Get ready. So, currently married, right? When I lost my V card, I was not a Christian, and I made very, very bad choices in my first engagement. But I'm honest enough to admit that I made a mistake, right? But going forward, like the young man said before me, I'm now married, and every female in the universe is a 1 to me. That is not my wife. So, being, monogamous is a W. But I really wanted to ask a question to the blue shirt guy with the glasses.
Not the time for that. There's no crosstalk. It's not going to work.
I
So you
said
have to
7
say
words,
the
brother.
crosstalk.
7 words.
Isn't he
from
the
Gio.
last guy?
Yeah, I'm the last
No,
guy.
I'm the last guy. Everyone forgets
not even
about
a guy.
fucking
You're the host.
Confluence. Everyone forgets.
You're not even a guy. You're a host.
All you fucking people forget about fucking Confluence. I'm the head
You're
of the
just a
fucking
tool,
clockwise,
Confluence.
clockwise. I'm the
Baldphobia.
head of the snake.
You have bald phobia, Confluence. Just admit it, bro. It's cool, man. Take my time.
No, I'm not gonna.
No,
I'll
it's
take the
he has
fucking time.
FOMO, is what it is.
I do. I have both of them. I can have both.
Are you
things
not
at the same
married? Are
time,
you against
okay?
men who live happy lives with women? Is that it? Like every time
I'm
I
not
heard the word
married.
marriage, yeah, I hear marriage and like your head twitches a little bit. Like
Yeah. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, I'm famously anti-marriage, Geoverse. Yeah,
God,
you're
I want to
right.
say
A lot
something
of
so
men
bad.
are. Look
I
at
want to
Ripco,
roast you, Confluence, so bad right now.
Yeah, I'm so anti-marriage, but no, I'll give my honest answer. I mean, yeah, no, I
I was gonna hop off this panel and go look for another one, and then Easy hopped in here. That's
okay.
That's what I was saying.
You know, I get some attaboy points for that. Okay, only in long-term relationships.
I was just getting bored arguing with these
I'm not-
guys,
you
but
know,
if it's
I
a
don't
tag
think that's
team,
the best. I
you
think
know,
I
What's a
should've waited,
long-term
I mean,
relationship?
She let me.
like more than a year. Yeah, like more than a year. Yeah.
That is very
Oh, that-
stoic of you, sir. Well, man.
Yeah, but it's not like as stoic as I ought to have been. Is
Like
the
long
problem.
distance, like y'all are playing, farm.
No,
together.
like the edging that like
Surprised
someone
you
said
didn't get
before,
friend-zoned
where
in
it's
that
like
amount
you're
of
like
time.
you're both like trying so hard, and eventually, it's just shit happens.
Like,
you
what
know?
did you say when she
Shit
wanted
happens.
it? Like, were you like, "I love you, babe, and let me show you. I'm gonna say no
Well, I'm
to your
not gonna
body."
go into like the graphic, like pornographic.
Who the fuck
details
is
of
that
it all,
guy?
But,
Who the fuck is that?
was that Grid's face on that on that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is
Oh,
that?
that is Grid's face. Okay, that is. No, not soaking, not soaking. Not soaking. They hadn't invented that back in my day. Okay, I wish they had.
So it's
Yeah,
not the
okay.
friend
Now,
zone.
now
Being alone
crosstalk's
for a year.
enabled, so I'll give the floor to Gio because you did want to ask a question to the blue shirt guy. I don't know if
Well, now
that's
it's
is
to
that
you,
the
Confluence,
black guy
if
in the
I may.
upper right. Oh, it's to me. Oh,
Yeah,
go
now,
ahead.
Yeah,
brother.
now it's interesting.
Go ahead,
So
cuz.
as a Puerto Rican indigenous man myself, I have
Uh-huh.
not had the will to abstain from sexual pleasure. Right? I've made many
Uh-huh.
mistakes in life, but
Of
I'm not
course.
married. Would it be offensive if I inferred that you may have been in a friend zone and didn't know it?
Who are you talking to exactly? I'm
Wait, are
confused.
you
Who's the
asking
blue? There's
me?
2 blue shirts.
So I switched my question to Confluence. Like I've never been with somebody for a year and never, kissed, dated, etc. Right? So it's like, how's that work? That dynamic?
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say we didn't.
I
kiss.
know.
I said we didn't have sex. We were like in a relationship. Like we were like exclusive. We were in all the ways that you would imagine a relationship would be. We just didn't like do the act of the sex. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I was like I like knew a chick and I was just like I'm calling this a relationship. I'm not like Kirk at his chess club.
So
Okay,
like a
sorry,
girl
Kirk. But,
that blew 100 guys in high school but never had sex is a virgin and a good choice.
No, I'm not. No, I'm talking about like being in like long-term stable relationship. Like Big Soda said, where he lasted 4 years. Better man than me, to be honest. Again, I last like a year to 2 years, and then eventually it just shit just happens. And then once it happens once, then it's easy for it to happen another time, which is how all sins work if you think about it. And you must.
I just want to say though, when we were doing our little whatever you call it, what is it again?
Clockwise, snakewise?
Clockwise, snakewise. Avery had said again that he doesn't care about body count, but when I asked that question, you clearly care about body count. Just saying.
Bro does care about body count. He said he puts it at 20. Yeah, I don't know why you're still maintaining it. You do care. You just put it at 20. I put it at like 2. Like if it's more
or
than
7 guys gangbanging.
Yeah, or if it's even that's the thing. It is different. Like 2, you gotta agree to that. It's like I would say for me, it's if a chick is like,
it also depends on like how old you are.
Fine, it's
Also,
2026.
I expect a
get
woman
this.
who.
But if it's 2 at the same
I expect
time,
a 40-year-old woman to have a
that's-
higher body count than
that's
someone who's
bad.
like in their 20s.
Is that your target?
Wait,
range?
I want to hear Speak's answer to my
No.
question. Speak, do you agree 2 guys at the same time is worse than 2 guys that are placed chronologically, let's say 2 years apart? It just is. You can't deny that.
2 years
It's just
apart?
worse.
Sure, but what about 2 nights apart or 2 days? Like one.
Well,
night
hold on.
apart?
2 guys, 1 girl
day,
is gay sex
and
and a
then-
witness.
And then the next one.
It's always worse if the guys are like, if it's happening at the same like point in temporal time. It's always worse.
What makes it worse?
The fact that it's like 2 guys, like the degeneracy you'd have to go through to have sex with 2 people
guys
at the same
is worse
time.
because it's 2 guys. That's what you just said.
No, that's
That
not what I
doesn't
said.
tell me why it's worse.
That's
2 guys is
emphatically-
2 guys, even if it's a night out. Yes,
That's
it is. Okay,
That's
let me ask you
emphatically not
again.
what I said.
I promise you. You said 2 guys is worse. I asked you. I'll ask you again. Why is 2 guys worse?
At the same time? Are you asking me why is 2 guys is worse at the same time because it's happening at the same time, and I think the level of degeneracy. Wait, you're slapping your knee as if I'm agreeing with you, but I'm not. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, you're not agreeing with me. You just have a circular argument, right? You're saying
you don't know what
2
words
guys
mean.
at the
How is
same
that-
time
how
is worse
how is that
because
a
it's 2 guys
circular
at the same
argument?
time.
That's not what I'm saying. What are you? What?
Am I the
No.
only one hearing this?
I will.
I
I'll
love
say
you,
it
Speak.
again.
I'm
I'll
confused
I'll
too,
say
brother.
it again.
I'm
I'll say it
confused as well
again.
by your
I'll
question.
say it again. Okay, 2 guys at the same time is worse than 2 guys that are temporally separated, because to have sex with 2 people at the same time represents some level of degeneracy that the woman is going through.
Yeah,
Don't cut
she's
me off,
cheating on you.
Speakeasy. I know you want to, because for a woman to want to have sex with 2 people at the same temporal moment
cheating
is
on you.
different than a woman having sex with 1 person in 2022 and having sex with a second person in 2025. Those are different, I think, moral things that you have to overcome. So how is that a fucking circular fucking argument? Like, what the fuck?
So 2
Go ahead,
guys
Steve.
at the same time is worse than 2 guys separated, because 2 guys at the same time is some type of degeneracy. That means she'll be with 2 guys at the same time.
It's more
Is that
degenerate
your
than having
best-
like 2 guys.
Is that your
having
best
sex
steel
with-
man, Speakeasy? Is that your fucking best steel man of what I just
Yes.
said? I even said
Yes.
it slow. I even said it fucking slow. Are you fucking
Oh, hold on,
shitting
hold
me?
on,
All
hold
right,
on.
Steelborn, you steelman it for me. Help me out.
Yeah, so what Confluence is
I
trying to say
already
is that
steal
but I speak easy, so it's okay. He speaks easy, I speak easy. So what he's saying is that it's more degenerate to engage in a threesome than it would be to have individual relationships with 2 different guys over the course of X amount of time, let's say a year or 2 apart. The threesome
Oh,
is
yeah.
the act of the threesome is more degenerate than having
You
even
never
sex
said the
outside of
word
marriage.
threesome, Confluence. I thought you were talking about.
You said two guys at
sex
the same
years
time.
ago.
But what makes it more degenerate? That was my question to begin with.
I'm just steelmanning his position is what his claim
But
was.
you okay, but you see what I'm asking here, and it's not being answered.
I don't know why it's necessarily more degenerate.
Because
He never said threesome. Did you, Confluence?
Two guys at the same time is a threesome.
I said yeah.
Unless
two
or it's
guys
gay
at the
sex.
same-
It could just be
But
gay
that can
sex.
mean
Is
it
there a
for
woman involved here?
Hang on, Phil.
Yeah, I
In one
thought the woman
reference-
was kind of like
for the audience, right? In one reference, I hear my girl banged 9 guys in her past, and she's expecting me to trust her and remove her body count and get married. Versus this girl's actively engaging with more than one man while telling me to be chill and enjoy the ride. That's what I was hearing. Right? So you're either monogamous or
Thank
you're
you,
not.
Rage Page.
A body count would
Speakeasy,
make
you
the guy
have to
think
agree to that. You have to. I feel like you're just like not hearing.
Well,
me.
Confluence, hold on,
I have
Confluence.
to, but you can't even give me a reason
Well, hold on,
why.
Confluence. Why is the threesome? Hold on. Why is the threesome more degenerate than having two outside of marriage sexual encounters?
Because I think that when I think sex is meant for one man and one woman, and so I can imagine because time is spaced out that you can like be in love with someone, and this is like close to the right thing to do. You're maybe not like fully pair bonded, but you're approximating a pair bond, and it makes sense that can happen. And then 3 years can pass, and you get pair bond with another. What doesn't make sense is that you're going to try to pair bond with 2 people at the same time, and you're in some like weird threesome thing. That represents a level of degeneracy that is far beyond. And Speakeasy fucking knows this. I don't know why he's trying to like fucking cuck me on this shit. He fucking would obviously agree with what I'm fucking saying. Every fucking sane person on the planet that's even remotely conservative or religious would
So
agree
many
with what I'm
fallacies
saying.
happening right now.
Nah, I can't bear
So many fallacies happening
You
right
said
now.
you said I was doing circular reasoning, brother. Point out my
If
fallacy.
hold up, if casual sex outside of marriage is morally wrong, right? Because it separates the sex from the exclusive marital commitment, right? Then having casual sex with multiple partners violates that same principle, regardless of whether the partners is at the same time or different times. Wait, you didn't even want to let me
fucking backpedal.
He's gonna
How?
maxing
I'm
now.
giving you.
We're having maxing now.
Confluence, are you even listening
where's
right
my
now?
shirt?
Are you listening right now? Listen to me. I'm making the argument that they're the same thing, and you're not even. I can give you a reason why they're the same. You can't give me a reason why they're different.
I just gave you a reason. Still,
no, you said because
Well, Confluence,
because it was more immoral. What makes it more immoral?
Is that what I said? Is that what I said, Speakeasy? You can't steal man what I just fucking said. Steelborn asked me, and I gave an answer. You can't fucking steal man what I just
Confluence,
said.
can I ask you a question
can't
real quick?
repeat what I just said. Speakeasy,
Okay, let me try one. Oh, no. Try one more time, Confluence. Why is it more degenerate to have two at the same time?
Don't try to fuck me if I already gave you the answer.
Confluence. You're running.
I'm not running. I gave the answer. There's like 8 people on, or there's 10 people on panel. Everyone fucking heard my answer. You didn't hear it. That's fine. I can repeat it.
I'm not gonna lie, I
Want me to
totally wasn't
repeat it?
listening to your answer.
Right. So yes,
Then
I
don't
want
ask the
the
fucking
but the
question,
answer I
Steelborn.
want,
I was
the
gonna ask you a different
question the question I'm asking, right? The question I'm asking is what makes
Fuck all of
2
you.
men at
Fuck
the same time
disingenuous people.
versus
Holy
2
fucking
men in
Christ.
separate occasions?
I mean, honestly, from my view, I think it'd be
more
irrelevant.
degenerate. What makes it
can
more
answer-
degenerate?
Okay, I'll answer it again for the second time. Okay, I'll answer it again. So pair bonding, right? It makes sense that even if it's not pair bonding for life, it makes sense why a woman or a man might be in a long-term relationship and pair bond with somebody, even if it's not to the full extent of everything for all space and time. It makes sense they might do that act. And it might make sense that they might do that act 3 years in the future. And now they've pair bonded twice. And that's untoward, but it's not as untoward as a woman having sex with 2 men at the same time, because there's no pair bonding going on. You're trying to pair bond with 2 people at the same time. You're probably just doing it for some like type of hedonistic kind of like pleasure. It's not pair bonding anymore. That was my answer I gave before. I said it again. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, like if I get in a car with a woman that's not my wife, I'm in trouble. I don't know what kind of marriage y'all got going on.
All right, let me
I'm here
make
from
sure.
Speakeasy, 'cause
Let me make sure.
Speakeasy's
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
calling me out.
I was writing your answer down. So basically, pair bonding makes sense of why people would be doing it in separate occasions, right? But it's not the same when it's two at the same time because it would be more for the pleasure of sex rather than for the pair bonding.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Right. So you're basically that, and I get it. That's so separate encounters, potentially motivated by pair bonding. Simultaneous encounters would be like a pleasure driven, obviously. And even if I gave you this for a second here, and then that would make the multiple partners morally worse. But the problem you have here is that pair bonding doesn't automatically follow from having sex one person at a time, right? Like, as in, like a person can have sex on Monday and then Tuesday and then Thursday and then Friday, and it could all be for sex, right?
Yes, it could be.
So changing the time. So changing the timing doesn't establish a pair bonding intention. So why does them doing it separately suddenly establish pair bonding? But if I sleep with one person tonight for pleasure and another tomorrow for pleasure, I pursued pleasure with two people. And if I sleep with both tonight for pleasure, I pursued pleasure with two people. So you've identified a difference in the arrangement, but you haven't demonstrated any difference in the actual sexual ethic here.
Yes, I think that's a good question. What I'm saying is, like, if it's separate times, there's at least the possibility of pair bonding. If it's multiple people at the same time, there is no possibility of pair bonding. So at least it's theoretically possible that the woman who is having sex with someone, even like once a week, that maybe she's doing some approximation of pair bonding in that moment. But someone who is getting gangbanged by 6 people at the same time, there's not even a remote chance that she's trying to pair bond.
How is there not a remote chance?
Pair bonding is also a chemical thing.
How is it not a remote chance? Is pleasure and pair bonding mutually exclusive?
No, but having sex with 6 people at the same time is definitionally separate from pair
bonding. The same chemicals get released regardless of how many partners it is.
Not about the pleasure.
So married couples
doesn't matter about
sex.
Pleasure.
Wait, married couples have sex also for pleasure, right?
No, it's not. I'm not using the pleasure thing. I'm saying if you're having sex.
No,
with 6
I'm
people,
asking you. Do they also use it for pleasure?
Yeah, but you're going down a weird path like that. I'm not going down the pleasure path.
No, I'm not. I'm not. The point is, people committed in relationships obviously have sex for pleasure as well. So the involvement of pleasure can't be the moral distinction. What's the moral distinction? So what is it?
Pair bonding. How many times do I have to fucking say
it? Can't be. Pair bonding and pleasure are not mutually exclusive.
I'm not saying they are. I'm saying if you're having sex with 6 different people, we can cross that off. You're not trying to pair bond. Definitionally.
It doesn't matter if you're trying to. It doesn't matter if you're trying to. The same chemicals, oxytocin and all the other ones, still get released regardless of how many partners it is.
Okay, so give us this. Give us this confluence. Give us this confluence. Give us
brain chemicals.
Give us like a morally relevant principle. That, and not just your visual difference here. What principle makes the 2 pleasure motivated sexual encounters with 2 partners morally acceptable when it's separated by 24 hours?
Pair bonding. Please, God, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to you, right? If pair bonding is your standard, then why would serial sex with multiple people qualify as pair bonding in the first place?
I'm saying it at least.
Pair bonding implies exclusivity and attachment. Repeatedly forming temporary sexual relationships is not pair bonding.
I already said that. I said with a threesome.
Right, so then it doesn't even make sense.
With a threesome,
how can that be the moral distinction?
With a threesome, it can't be pair bonding. Definitionally, it can't be. With multiple partners sequentially, it at least could be pair bonding. That's the distinction I'm drawing.
You said it can't be pair bonding, then it could be pair bonding.
You couldn't be pair bonding with one of the people in the gangbang?
No, I think that's not possible.
Hold
I
on,
think
you
it's
don't
not
think that
possible.
you don't think the chick could be like, as the
Oh,
guy's
you
like
think.
shoving yaw down her, like shoving yaw down her throat, that she can't be like, I like him more because he's nice and he
No,
holds
I
my
don't think
hair.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that's some like approximation of pair bonding. No, I would not say that.
How do you
Neither
how
would
do you
you
know?
Steelborn. Neither would fucking you. You're like trying to like. You're trying to like just go.
Can we pull up the definitions?
Say that.
Can we pull up the definitions for it?
There's no moral distinction between it. Having sex with two dudes
all the ones I've
before
made,
marriage,
you're right,
a
Easy.
year
Despite
across.
all the ones I made that you don't fucking listen to at all, and you just like
Pair
ask
bonding
me to
is not a
repeat
moral
myself a million
distinction.
times. How is it not a moral distinction? How the fuck
it
is it
is.
not a moral distinction?
Confluence, if I may offer a definition, it says right here, pair bonding refers to the formation of a strong and lasting emotional and social connection between two individuals. Point speak. Often
Say that again, because you
Hang
at
on.
the starting it was like muffled.
Gotta get another drink for this fucking
Pair bonding
insane
refers
shit.
to the formation of a strong and lasting emotional and social connection between two individuals, often associated with mating and reproductive behavior. One night of coitus is considered pair bonding. One time, one kiss.
Right, cool.
One
So
rendezvous.
that means you could have that with multiple people in one
No.
night too.
Not if you're married.
If pair bonding is the moral distinction, it doesn't. His distinction isn't actually tracking pair bonding, right? Because his position would be sex with one person capable of pair bonding, morally relevant purpose. Sex with two, incompatible with pair bonding, merely pleasure. So, capable of pair bonding is not the same as actual pair bonding.
So are you arguing
So if
about-
someone
No,
has
arguing-
sex again,
But are you arguing
so if
that-
someone
argument?
so if someone has sex with man A on Monday, leaves him, then has sex with man B on fucking Friday, right? You can't simply label each of those pair bonding. If neither encounter
Easy.
involves,
I'm not. You're
then
not listening
then
to
there's
what I'm
no moral
saying.
distinction.
No, oh God, please listen to what I'm saying. Please, Speakeasy, lock in. Please, God. Just humor
I've
me,
answered
Speakeasy.
everything you're saying, dude. You just want me to give you an answer that makes you
No,
right,
that's fine.
and you're not right
Even if
in
you-
this one.
No, I don't. No, that's fine.
If I have sex with one woman
my
tonight,
God.
knowing I'm leaving her tomorrow, right? To have sex with
can't
another
lock in. You
woman,
can't lock
am
into
I
what
pair
I'm-
bonding with the first chick?
Yep.
Can you please?
I'm
just let
asking
me
you.
Say, can you let me say what I'm saying? Because I've answered this already. Okay, I'm saying, just please lock in. Humor me. Pretend I'm retarded. Speakeasy. You probably think I'm retarded. So I'm retarded.
That's
so
pretty
please,
easy.
like, humor me. Like, deign yourself to my level, please. Like, you're thinking I'm retarded. Just like lock in for a second, okay? So I'm saying, if you are having sex with multiple people, you're definitionally not pair bonding. And I'm saying if you're having sequential sex, it's at least an approximate. It's a chance of pair bonding. I'm not saying it is. There obviously you could have sex with multiple people and you could just be doing it purely for hedonic sake. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying it's a possibility. There's a non-zero chance that you are at least
Cool.
making
I
an
can
approximate,
concede
making
there's a
some subconscious
possibility.
thing. Okay, great. That's what I'm saying.
But you can't use pair bonding to morally distinguish the acts until you demonstrate to all of us that the separate encounters actually constitute pair bonding. One body at a time isn't the definition of a pair bond. So if you can't demonstrate that separate encounters always constitute pair bonding, you can't use pair bonding to morally distinguish the acts. Do you understand?
Absolutely can, because it's an approximation.
It's not. Oh my gosh!
more-
Please help him,
more you-
Stillborn. Are you tracking this
more-
right
I
now?
don't
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So pair bonding would not be okay. Hold on. If you let's say you have sex with somebody and you don't pair bond, is that more immoral than to have sex with somebody in pair bond outside of marriage?
It doesn't change the act.
I'm just asking Confluence if he thinks is it immoral to have sex and not pair bond?
The less likelihood that you're trying to pair bond, the more immoral the act is. That's what I'm going to say.
No, I'm not
Does that make
saying
sense?
trying to. I'm not saying you're intentionally want to man, I'm just gonna fuck this chick, but I don't even like her. I'm saying
even on a subconscious level.
No, I'm saying you go in and you want to do this and you want to have sex there, but you don't pair bond to her. Like you don't get the feelings or whatever. You don't actually have the pair bond.
You objectified that woman.
No. What I'm asking
what was
is,
your intention, though? What was your intention? That's the thing I'm gonna.
Your intention was to get your fucking dick wet. How is that relevant? I'm asking you. If you don't pair bond,
that's entirely relevant.
No,
that's my whole
it's
point.
irrelevant to
that's
my
whole
question.
Point.
It's irrelevant to my question. My question is it immoral to have sex and not pair bond?
It's immoral to have sex without any intent of pair bonding at all. That is like grossly immoral. That's the most immoral. It is immoral to have sex outside of marriage in general, but there's degrees of immorality, right? So like to have sex with your like long-term girlfriend where you're already pair bonded, right? That's still immoral if you're not married, but it's less immoral than a casual hookup. We would both agree with this, I'm sure.
Okay, hold on. How about two casual hookups? Two casual hookups. We're gonna compare those.
Okay.
One casual hookup, you pair bond. Because you don't have any control over that. You have no control over whether or not you pair bond.
It's the intention. It's the intention.
It's not
the intention. Is all I care about. That's what I care about. So you
okay?
Hold on.
The intention of I'll explain.
I don't care about anything besides the intention.
You don't care about anything besides the intention.
The intention and the possible like subconscious intention that's happening there, right? Like so.
But how can you have a subconscious intention?
Well, all the time. That's why women don't usually like fuck like 5 guys at the same time, and they usually like fuck like one person at a time.
No, I think
they
consciously make that decision.
In a while.
No, what
you dry dicks are fucking crying about women you can't get.
Listen,
the subconscious influence.
This is so easy. This is so easy. I don't know how you're not understanding this confluence. If I have sex with a woman tonight, knowing I'm leaving her tomorrow to have sex with another woman, am I pair bonding with the first woman?
No, you're not.
You have a control over
no,
you
so
pair bond? I thought pair bonding was a physical reaction.
I disagree.
Then you concede that one-on-one sex isn't morally distinguished by the potential for pair bonding. You conceded it just now. Just now. How do you not get that?
Oh my god! Fucking someone actually kill me in Minecraft. I don't understand how this is so fucking difficult. I actually don't understand.
What do you mean? He's literally saying one person, sex, pair bond, chooses not to pair bond, so possibility to pair bond not eligible.
I'm
saying, Avos, do you understand what I'm trying to get across now?
No, hang on. In reality, you don't just go up to a girl and say, "Hey, my name's Gio. You're cute." Bonk in the head.
Let's pair bond.
I got an early morning, so I got 2 bones to pick really quick. Then you guys get back to this pair bond.
Hold on, Avos. Have you ever walked up to a chick and be like, "Let's pair bond, baby"?
Let me just pick my 2 bones. Okay, first bone, confluence. You don't call back. All right, asshole. All right. You get off work, you call someone back.
You called me at work and you said I
called
have to
someone
join,
back.
And I'm like, I'm in an
You
office. I
back when
can't.
you get home. Number 2, you to my left. What the fuck are you doing on a panel while they're talking shit about Easy and you're not backing his ass up right now?
It has nothing to do with Easy. I just left the panel with
As soon as they're on there and that they're not willing to fight, and they're saying that Easy didn't fucking talk about
coming from the guy that says that I'm not part of the Crucible.
You start yelling at Glenn, and you start yelling at fucking Glenn, and you tell them that they're fucking pussy running bitches that run.
I've never been on a panel with Glenn in my life. What are you
You're
talking
not
about?
to my left, Confluence. Shut up.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Okay, I'm sorry.
I like Glenn.
Let's pair bond, baby.
Like, what are you talking about?
Glenn and I pair bonded.
Glenn and Grid were talking about Easy backing down from a fight. You just sat there dumbfounded instead of calling them little bitches like they are, not backing down for the first fight that they accepted the ticket, and then they didn't even go to that fucking
I didn't
fight.
do what you're
Why
doing
didn't they
right
go
now.
to that fight? Yeah, you should have fucking torn it. Yeah, no quarter in war anymore. No quarter for those fucks.
Again, I didn't do what you just did, so I apologize. I'll scream.
Okay, apology accepted. Next time you fucking rip into fucking Grid and you tell those bitch ass boys
I can't scare
that they're
Grid away.
running like little fucking
Grid
children.
runs away the moment you scare them. They wouldn't even let us speak on the panel, so I had to fucking, hey guys, how's it going?
Good, Dad. Don't hey goddamn. No, you tell they drop your ass. No quarter anymore.
You want to break
Not
2
for those
legs?
little
You do that, brother.
fucks.
You kill them with kindness around here.
No,
Grid
I'm not.
fucks
They get
himself.
no more. They get
Grid is
no
a
more
talking
quarter.
donation.
They get no quarter,
Care
no
about
more
money,
GL.
invite him on. Glenn
No
is on
quarter.
boards, trying to fight speak. Fight me, motherfucker.
They get no quarter.
No
so
sanction.
if they're going after Easy, you dig into them like it's a fucking war.
Why would I do
His
that?
only grievance was retaliation to his nexus against Speak. All they do is get.
I just denounce it.
Speak, and they create
Look at
narrative.
you. Shut your leftist hole up, okay? I already know where you're coming from.
Speakeasy was on here. Speakeasy was on here talking about Grid for a bit.
Got him. Support. So I'm gonna speak on this shit, or they can block me and ban me right now. Every time I'm on OG's live,
Jesus.
Live, or anybody, I keep it a buck with everybody. Don't
Yeah.
come with this bullshit coming from somebody like
they
you,
they were sitting there
the
fighting.
whole world, I'm not in Crucible. I'm not in Crucible. I ain't gotta be in your camp, his camp.
I'm not
or
in
his
Crucible.
camp.
I'm not.
me,
Listen,
motherfucker.
I'm my own.
I know,
I'm not
Dick
Crucible. I'm Avarice.
But I recognize real, so
I'm
you can never
Avarice.
give me
There
a
it is. I was
reason
waiting
to
for
talk
it.
shit.
The only
They give me a reason to
Crucible
talk
is
shit.
Andrew
I talk shit,
Wilson.
but
The
ones
only
that they
Crucible is
want
Andrew
me to-
Wilson.
Go ahead. Am I part of the Crucible Foundry?
What?
Every time
I don't
I'm
know.
on panel, you make it your business to go on a panel and say he's not with the Crucible.
No, I don't make my business say that at all.
Never said that before.
Go find it. Nobody represents the Crucible other than Andrew Wilson.
Okay, so do I speak like I'm part of a community that I have to hold allegiance to?
Again,
Or do I have
if
means
you're,
to speak? Do I
if
call
you
them on
know,
the phone?
if you know the truth, if you know the truth,
What
and
are we doing
those
here?
fucks are talking shit, you go and
And
fight.
I call them out on it. And what did they do?
You didn't though.
Switch the subject.
You didn't. You didn't hold
I
them to
didn't
the
make any dick
fire.
jokes. My bad.
You should have held them to the fire.
They made an allegation with no evidence. From a
Good, and then hold
retaliation
them.
when
Okay,
he was
go find.
offended.
Tell them track down that evidence, or you keep holding them to it till they fucking look like the pieces of shit and lying fucking manipulative snakes they
Why
are
don't you do
over
it?
and over
Why
again.
don't you do it, Avarice?
They wouldn't let me up.
They won't let him up anymore.
Wonder
They just
why.
wouldn't let me.
I can probably wonder why you cannot infiltrate the trenches.
Again, it's not about infiltrating the
I
trenches. It's
wonder
about
why
making
they
them
don't let you
run.
in.
They shouldn't have trenches.
Brother, they're free content. All
No
you have
more
to do is
quarter for
watch their
them.
Video, record it, and respond. You're
No,
the
again-
YouTuber, not me.
Again, we get
Let them-
content now. We
let
get
them
that
feel
from anyone
on
else.
their
Go fucking call Brian Shapiro's hotline if you want content. First Amendment's got a hotline, 212-222 something something something. I forget. You can get it on his fucking hotline. All right, he has a
What
little
is
fucking
Glenn
flag.
and Grid saying that Dusty and OG haven't tried 1,000 times already and still hasn't worked? Speaks intro. Where they at?
Again,
has ever come out to speak. Where the
I'm
fuck are they at?
telling you, when they are on there saying that Speakeasy ran from a fight and you know he didn't, they didn't even accept the fucking ticket.
Again, you think that I went to that panel to shit on Speak, or you're just saying that I didn't say what you want me to say?
I'm
Is there a
saying that.
script?
I'm
Send me
saying
the
that.
memo. No,
I'm saying
send
that
me the
when,
memo
when they
so
pivot,
that I know what to
you
say
don't
in
let
the
them
panel.
pivot. Not
Send
in
me the
war.
After,
Fine, I'll send you the
what
script.
is the call flow sheet? I want the
Okay,
call flow sheet.
Yeah, I'll send
referee,
a call
bib
flow
statement,
sheet.
all that.
I'll make one. I'll make a template for everybody that doesn't know the
Okay,
template
not-
anymore.
not one
I'll make sure to
person-
post
not
a
one fucking
template
person can
for
ever say
everybody. It
Gilbert
says
is a piece of
when
shit.
Grid
Gilbert
speaks,
talks
all you
shit,
need to say
no
is
backup.
"fuck you."
I don't give a fuck if you were Andrew Wilson himself. I'm no dick writer.
Again,
All right,
I'm not
so
calling you
hold
dick
on,
right.
hold
I'm saying
on.
you protect
Gio.
my friends.
I listen,
Gio.
I observe, and I defend truth.
You did
itself.
defend. You let it
Even-
go.
Even in this
You let
debate
it
about
go.
hair
You let them
hunting. I don't
pivot.
know if you speak
Hold,
about
yeah,
insult him.
Gio. So the roadmap here you generally want to adhere to. So Easy was on here after he said some things about Grid. I didn't step on Easy's toes. I just said, listen, I disavow that. Grid's never been that way to me. And you know, like
You know how many
your
times I've
your
gotten into
buddy.
arguments with Grid?
Yeah, but if your buddy is
we're
being
buddies?
talked shit about, yeah, I'm saying that. I'm saying if your buddy's
When
with
your buddy
Easy,
gets
he's
up at
being
the
talked
bar.
shit about.
Brother, this
You
is the
say,
whole
hey
David
man,
Wood, Jay Dyer
that's
thing
my
all over
buddy.
again.
You guys do your thing. I'm not gonna step
This
on
is
your
Jay
toes,
Dyer
but that's my
and
buddy.
David
He's always
Wood
been
all
good to
over
me.
again,
That's
bro.
the bare minimum statement.
This is
you
not
gotta do in
Dyer
that
and David
situation.
Wood.
Dyer
No.
and David
David
Wood all
Wood
over
is
again.
accusing
Hey,
is
Andrew,
accusing Dyer
Jay-
and myself
Jay said
and a bunch
this.
of people of
You
being
should've
Russian
said this.
spies. Do you realize the distinction there between calling us Russian
Oh,
spies
shit, here we
and
go.
saying and talking shit about Easy and his family?
Now we're
Okay?
on Tim Pool. Tim Pool, Russian propaganda. Jesus
No,
Christ.
the
You
actual
guys
claim
just
from David
talk-
Wood is that
Well,
myself
well.
and Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson
Look
are
who
Russian
it
spies.
is.
Do you not understand how that's different? That's a distinct claim.
The ortho to rational ratio is
up
getting
with it.
really off.
I'll never work out for them.
Are we talking about how actually gay Glenn was in that specific exchange?
was
Avery,
laughable.
you probably got hard at how gay he was. To be fair,
I don't know who y'all are talking about, so or what y'all are talking
Oh,
about.
I sent you a
I'm here.
clip for tonight when you want to be
Oh,
a
okay.
deacon.
All right, bet. Shoot it.
Bet.
Yo.
I'm some kind of emulator. Ain't
We
nobody
should-
like me. Trust me. I'm
we-
subservient
I-
great.
I should just give you Glenn Lawrence's number. You can show him the aftermath.
You have his number? That's
Whoa,
kinda
wait. First, you've got to get me high, though.
Wait, then why is Glenn saying that Andrew
Oh,
is his
don't
friend?
worry.
Hang on, Everest. I'm going to call you out on something.
Sure.
On that panel that I was on, Glenn said, and I quote, I have the documents because Andrew's my friend and he gave them to me that he's not stolen valor. So you're telling me that I should have yelled at someone who is allegedly Andrew's friend, including Grid as well?
Yes, they're not their friends. They're snakes. They're manipulatives. They're liars. They don't have those.
So
They don't
did it
have that
look like
document.
I believe
They don't have that
Glenn
document.
when he said that he has the document and that
They don't have that document. They don't have that document.
It's none of our business. Let them have their fight. You know, I'm not going to like take a side. It is what it is.
Again, there is a point where there is a line, and when the line was crossed, when they decided, it doesn't matter. The line was the line was crossed when they decided to bring his ex onto a fucking panel, and now that's no more grids now. Gloves come off. No more quarter for them.
Do you really think that I'm going to come on the internet as a Christian populist, as a conservative, an Army veteran, and let you or any other fuck tell me what to do and say?
I'm not telling you how to fuck. I'm just saying, why did you let them run? I'm saying, why did you let them run?
You, Geo. Okay, so slow your roll. Aver's a fucking vet too, brother.
I'm saying, why'd you run?
Who ran? I just fucking left because I was.
No, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I rephrase that. Why'd you let them pivot?
They were doing closing statements and I had nothing to say. I fucking left and I joined a panel that I actually wanted to be in and give Confluence the views that he deserves. Do I agree with him all the time? Fuck no. He's a degen. But I like ops. I like growing.
Yeah, again,
True.
I approve.
Kind of a witch, a heretic.
I approve of conflict.
I don't like being ops.
I would
agree. I don't like circle jerking.
I approve of Confluence's channel, but what I'm saying is that right now there is. I don't even think we should be over there. Why are we even over there?
Who are you in reference to my reality?
Me, I am somebody that putting people.
Hold on, you don't know? Okay, hold on. I'll tell you. Hold on, what's your name, sir?
I'm Avarice.
Have any of y'all helped my channel out? Who the fuck is Geoverse? Who am
Again,
I?
I'm working my ass off right now to try to help everybody in the circle out.
All right, go ahead. Next person. Call somebody else out for not doing what you say. I'll wait.
Again, I'm not calling anybody for not doing anything I say. What I'm saying is that you didn't back your buddy Easy up when they pivoted off the statement that was untrue.
The allegation is based on retaliation that said things or did things that he didn't like. If somebody makes up a lie on you and offers no context, why give it energy?
I'm not trying to control who he hangs out with. I'm trying to say if somebody's lying, you're not calling it out. You just let him.
All right.
You said you let him pivot.
I agree with this, to be clear, but Aver's trying to control who Geo can hang out with. Crazy Bro says Testicular Johnson. Aver's response.
And Geo's saying that pussy just ain't that good.
Speak easy. Did I do you an injustice?
Your response to this chat.
On any panel that I've been on, when your name is brought up with Marte every fucking time. Have I ever done you a fucking injustice, Speak easy? Why am I muted?
No, not you.
I mean, I haven't really seen you on panels talking to them about.
You just saw me tonight. I was watching your live and you were watching me on their channel. Did I do you an injustice? Was I hanging out with friends?
No, I think you came in there after me, right?
They never let you up. I joined.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you went up after they didn't let me up, right?
Yeah, and I was like, yo, what's with this old organization shit? Y'all hash it out, market it, grow your channels. We want to see this. And then he's like, I'm roided out. Why are you roided out? Competing as an athlete, and now you're trying to box. No offense, a skinny guy named.
No, I got that, but once they pivoted, right, and you you didn't go back. You really let them end on a lie, and that's what I'm getting at. I don't care about anything because you let them end on a lie and they pivoted. You should have caught that lie, bro. You're smart enough, and this is what I'm trying to say because I give you better credit than this. You're smart enough to catch those lies and start digging in, bro.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Nobody from my own side apparently backs me up in any way. So you're asking for a little bit too much, brother. I went there.
What do you mean we don't back you up?
Hold on, Gio, just one sec. Can I just? You come to me on this day of my joining of the Confluence panel, and you spurg out.
I never said he could control where he could go.
Like no one talks about me being on OG shit, on Dusty shit. What I do when Y'all
Look at,
things
I
are
don't
all
care.
brought up.
Again, I don't care when
bring
you're
up
over
this
there.
shit
But what
when
I'm
it's
saying was when they
obvious
pivot
lies.
off lies.
To
when
be
they
fair,
pivot
I
off
don't
lies.
watch them, so if I don't see those, I can't really say anything.
I literally only found Glenn being live because I was watching your channel speak.
No, but I'm
Well,
saying
yeah,
when they
today
pivot,
you said,
dude,
but you said something about OG and Flow State.
Yeah, they
I was just
always
answering
bring
that.
you and Marte up and tell everyone, don't go to VK, don't invest in them. He's a liar. He's this. He's that.
again, but that's what I'm saying.
And what did I
Again,
do?
this is
Was
the
I not,
part.
Shut the fuck up. Was I not
this-
in your last event in VK as a fan of
Oh my
XLM,
God.
as a supporter?
I get
anyone
it,
else
Gio.
do
But what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying
think what
is,
I
this
think
last
what
was a
Avarice is
pivot.
saying though is like when they made accusations, you didn't really push back on them. You just kind of.
That's what I was trying to get. That's all I'm trying to say. Is I thought you were like what I'm trying to say. That's better. That's the wrong word. You're smart. You're smart enough in debate. This is what I was trying to get at. You're smart enough in debate. You had the win right there. You had it and you let it pivot. That's why I'm pissed. I'm like, you had it. You had the dunk. You had the slam dunk, bro.
I didn't need to dunk when I had an easy shot.
I've totally lost the plot as to what the fuck's going on at this point. I don't even
trying to fight Speak based on something that he said that he can't prove, and then retaliating by making the same allegation that Dusty and OG have made about Speak. What points did they score? Like what unique?
No, they did. But when they ended, when they end with an outright lie and then pivot, and you're like, you could have like you knew that was a lie. You just let it go,
Avarice.
bro.
You're the YouTuber. Clip it and say, look, this is a lie. Hey Andrew, react to this. I'm not this guy's fucking friend. I'm not cool with fucking.
I'm not trying to make. What do you mean? This wasn't Andrew. They were talking about. They were talking about Easy.
Like literally, I
It
said
wasn't
4
about
times
Andrew. It
on
was
their
about
channel.
Easy.
I said it 4 times on that live.
Again, you keep saying Crucible. This isn't about the Crucible. This is about Easy.
Defamation of character is a huge issue in our communities. I said it 4 times in which they had 0 response. There's a reason why they won't respond to defamation. But then when I have a whole live about people that lie about the Candace Owens situation, right? They have no impeccability in their word. Why am I going to offer pearls to swine like that? Grid is a talking donation. That's all he is. That's it. Glenn is a roided out freak picking fights with anyone that doesn't agree with him. Why are we trying to platform these? Like, they need us. They need y'all more than vice versa.
I get that. That's what I'm trying to say. They need you, VG, more than you needed them.
I stay.
You should. I'm just saying. You had the slam dunk, bro. We let it go. Let it go,
All right,
bro.
Moving forward amicably.
All right. I love you.
Fuck you. Pay me. I'll fight harder. That's what everyone else does. They get paid and they fight like shit.
Then send me the DMs. I'll start paying you then, bitch.
I'm not at 50 subs, but look at y'all asking me how I'm talking.
I'll start going on the fucking hunt on panels if I get paid.
Can we all agree that the employee of the month is the greatest employee ever?
This is great.
I agree with that.
Fantastic.
Let's talk about Sheikh Usman, W. Christians.
Okay, now we can go back at last one before
No, fuck that. Are we friends or are we boxing?
We've always been friends. No, we've always been friends.
We're boxing.
Oh, we're good.
We're boxing.
Me and you are good. We've always been good with you.
I love you, bro.
Who's buying the ticket though? So I can come to a panel and then say that I'm not going because it's not sanctioned.
Avarice is buying you a ticket to Canada right fucking now, bro.
Just so
what
we're
the
clear,
fuck you mean?
Before I came up here, I shouted at
I don't like any of
DMs
you
first for a
fuckers.
response.
I want to box Emmett.
Easy wants to box me.
I want to box Emmett.
I said,
yeah, you Oswald Cobblepot looking bitch.
I don't box. The only way I'm
said-
getting into a ring is with pew-pews, and we're going to
What
death.
I
okay?
said
Fuck
was,
off.
is
Come at
before
me, Emmett Cobblepot.
I came on the
Let's
panel,
go. If you want to
Gio,
go with gun.
I did attempt to reach you through DMs, so I didn't have to bring it on a panel.
You're good. Next time, sit on it and coach me later. Make me a better person.
Hey,
I accept your mentorship.
Avarice, Fourth Father says he wants to box.
Now,
What
next
the fuck was the
thing
original prompt?
is I worked really hard on this.
Talking about body count is insecure.
I worked really hard on this for you, Confluence, and this
it's
is
pretty
airs
cool.
tomorrow.
If you're like a super cute alternate. Oh wait, it's not.
That's
wait,
not
I
it.
don't have
I got it. You hit the wrong thing. That's not mine.
I did.
That's not
Hey.
mine. Now it's
That's
backwards.
some weird ass energy though. Like on some real shit. I'm gonna be very observant in the future, but that was a weird ass approach.
I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Oh, there we go.
I'm always at full energy, at full approach. You know
No,
this.
that's not the right one.
That's the wrong one.
Actually, if you're like a super cute alternate style witch style. Do you like bizarre, incomprehensible, spiritual schizo posting? What about people think everything they find is satanic in some way? Weird opossum themed tarot card tattoo. Like those things? Well, that's a you issue. And if you're not familiar
Why
with
did
our
Confluence
side,
turn into an old man there? What
maybe you
happened?
were led here by mysterious forces, the likes of which you can't possibly fathom.
So yeah, that's how I'll end it. I got a morning start, so
I love it.
Good
Let's
job.
fucking go. Thank
Message
you,
me again.
Avarice. Thank
Message
you. I
me in
fucking
regards
love
of
it.
this artwork, bro. I would definitely contact you.
Yep.
Avarice,
So
you left out the gay
based.
joke.
Thank you, Avarice. That's so based.
Yep. That's where I'll leave it. I love y'all. Have a good night. Tyler, you're still leftist.
Everest, I got a question for you real quick.
You can mail my shirt,
What do you think of the news
Avarice.
show? Did I do all right?
Good night.
Did I do all right with the news show tonight?
Y'all do wonderful. Y'all are doing wonderful. So
Tyler, didn't you have like a stuff to do
Tyler's
today?
still
That's why you
leftist,
canceled
though.
our debate?
I'm currently working right now, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see how it is.
I am actually literally working right now.
I'm literally working right now too.
I know someone else who has excuses like that. I'm working, I'm driving, I was sleeping. Shit. Just saying. What was your main topic you guys were talking about tonight there, Confluence?
Well, I'm still kind of hung up on the body count issue, to be honest with you, Easy. You know, to be dead ass.
I don't understand.
I'm
it,
still.
dude.
I want to know. Okay, this is the only thing I want to know, and then I'll drop this. Okay, I'm not. I don't want to be autistic.
I'm with it.
I
I'll
don't wanna
still
be autistic.
talk about it. I'm fine.
Okay. This is what I want to know. I want to do it clockwise, snakewise. Okay, this is what I want to do. So starting with Steelborn, moving clockwise, snakewise, ending with me. If you had to choose and then say why, between you meet a girl and she's like, yeah, I have fucked 2 people and they were 3 years apart. And then second situation, you meet a girl, she's like, yeah, I fucked 2 guys and one was in my ass, one was in my mouth, or whatever type of threesome you want. It doesn't have to be that. Don't like hinge on that. But it's like she fucked 2 guys at the same time. Which one would you pick? Would you pick neither? That's fine. If you would pick one, explain why. Starting with you, Steelborn, be dead ass. Be dead ass with me. Like in your real life, which one would you choose?
Give
if you
me the
weren't
two? Can you give me the 2 things here? Again?
Yeah, one's basically they just
the
got fucking Eiffel Towered last week, and then the other one is a chick who fucked like 2 guys over the course of like 2 years.
Yes.
Okay.
And you said that
Which
neither
one
was an
you
option,
choose
which
and
is
why?
definitely what I'd pick, and here's why. Because outside of my wife, I pretty much hate all women.
But no. I said you have to.
You said you could pick neither. You said neither was an option.
If you no, but that you'd have to say outside of your marriage, if it is neither, then why? So like, imagine you're
Why?
not
Because I
married.
can't
Which
stand
one would you
talking to
pick
women.
and why?
Okay, so
No,
imagine
give me a
I'm
real
not
answer,
married with the.
Steelborn,
Wait,
please,
I'll answer.
Steelborn.
This
No,
is
I
fine.
want Steelborn to give me
He
an
wants.
answer.
Hold on, I'll give him a real
Give me an
answer. I will pick neither because they're both degenerate.
Oh, fuck off! Fuck
You
off,
said neither was a
man.
valid choice here.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, like.
Yeah,
no,
but
it's not.
why?
No,
Let
it's off
me
the table
answer
now.
this.
Steelborn, you have to pick someone. It's off the table. Neither is not a valid answer. You have to pick
Okay,
someone
now-
now, Steelborn.
Both
that's-
then.
that's
Either's
fine.
fine.
I'll still
They're
answer
the
this.
same.
Terrible times. What'd you eat for breakfast, brother?
I'll
Fucking
answer
whatever
this.
Podcast.
I'll answer this, no problem. So one's been Eiffel Towered last week, and the other one is just been with 2 guys.
But not the Steelborn changed it with the last week. But so don't hinge on the temporality of this. Not
That's
the last
fine. I
week
don't
part,
care.
but yeah.
Yeah,
sure,
sure.
yeah.
One's been Eiffel Towered. One has been with 2 guys.
Yeah.
Whatever one I love, that's the one I'm going to be with because again, they're both morally equal here. They
You
both
actually believe
committed
that?
the-
You actually truly
Yes.
believe that? Like, you're being dead ass. You're not trying to win a debate.
I'm being
You're
dead.
being
No, I
dead ass.
promise you. If I was in my mindset that I'm in right now, that's how it would be.
Okay,
right?
I trust you. I find that insane, but I trust that you think that. But that
Like if they had all my wife's qualities, both of them, everything else is equal. But one's been Eiffel Towered and the one's had less partners, but it's my wife we're talking about. Obviously, I'm gonna pick the one with less partners. But you gave me a hypothetical outside of my marriage, outside of my wife. So yeah, it's whoever I love. That's who I believe you should marry. Is who you love
them. But if you love them both equally, you're saying it wouldn't matter if one was Eiffel Towered
I
and
don't
one
think you
was
can
like.
love two equally.
But you know what I'm asking with a hypothetical,
possible.
Easy. You know what I'm asking. I'm saying it's a hypothetical A and a hypothetical B. You don't love them both equally in the same type. They're different like universes. In one universe, the chick that you love has been Eiffel Tower. In the other universe, the chick that you love has been with two people separated by a course of 3 years. Which universe would you pick?
So now it's just the same exact chick. So basically the scenario I gave you with if it was my wife. Right? So like you're just saying, would you rather your partner have been with less people? Sure, yeah. Of course.
No, I'm asking
Why would I
you
pick the
if
one
you-
that's had more?
I'm asking if you're. Let me rephrase it. Maybe if you're, would you rather your partner had been with two people separated by 3 years, or two people, but they
At
were
the same
Eiffel
time?
Towering at the same time? Yeah, which would you prefer?
Yeah, either is the same to me.
Okay, that's fair. I don't. Again,
I'm
I
being
choose to
honest.
believe you. I don't know if I do though. I feel like that's like insane, but that's fine. If you're being dead ass, I'll accept it.
I am.
If you're being dead
I
ass,
am because
okay.
I think the action is what makes it morally wrong, not the amount of people there is.
Billboard, mute your mic.
What?
Rage Page, why are you trying to call me right now when you literally know I'm live? Rage Page, why are you?
Steelborn,
Because you're
there's
not
a lot of
reading
feedback
chat.
coming from your mic, dude.
We're good.
Yeah, we're good now.
With Avid's debate, is he like a photograph or a person? I have not figured that out the entire time.
He's both.
That's really me.
He's very still.
He's been looking at me the entire time. It's fucking.
It's a black version.
That's almost a person.
If you
It's
know
like
what he
three-quarters
actually
of a
looks like,
person.
that's really funny that you were convinced of that.
Wait, are you doing blackface right now?
Yeah, he's doing blackface.
Yeah, you're not a funny guy. Cool kid.
He's
Read chat, hella noise.
What are we gonna do
okay.
about this?
Wait,
I
hold on. Are racist jokes not acceptable? Are racist
Everyone's
jokes
saying
bad,
the
bro?
no- okay. That's
You get mad over Michael Jackson too? Calm down.
Oh yeah.
I have vitiligo.
Is there? Can anyone check the stream? Are you guys?
It's
is the-
Steelborn's
already
microphone. There is
better.
a lot of feedback coming from his microphone.
He just muted.
It's just when he unmutes.
You got to think. Even you said right that if someone has sex with one person one night and then they leave them to have sex with another person, and they didn't pair bond with any of them, then that's why you can't say that like one-on-one sex is morally distinguished by the potential for pair bonding. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get that, and I want to go into that, but I wanna I guess get a. If
Go ahead.
if
If everyone else wants to go ahead.
Yeah, I want to get a groundwork, and I guess like Speakeasy, I do want to ask a follow up to what you said. Does it matter the number? Like if it was like 7 guys on your girl at the same time, is that no different than, let's say, I mean, you're like roughly my age. I think you're in like your 30s, right? If it was like 7
guys
people,
would be already too many. That would be
right, sure, but I would say 7 guys at the same time is like, I would think that's like morally like atrocious. Like that's, whereas I can imagine a world where a girl, like we all live in a reality. We understand how like you fall into a relationship, you end up like fucking someone, you fall into another relationship. If you're like 34 or something, you understand how that could happen theoretically 7 times, right? That's different for me than imagining like some chick agreeing to be fucked by 7 people at the same time in some like degenerate thing. Like, I mean,
How many times do you think a girl that's been with a guy for a year fucked that guy? How many times?
Way to prove that.
I don't like the same guy.
Probably
I
a
don't know,
lot.
At least
the same guy.
365, right?
Probably a lot,
Once a
right?
day at least.
Yeah, probably like
But she had sex with each of those guys one time, right? So what's worse? her getting banged a whole bunch of fucking times, hundreds of times, or 7 times in one night? What's worse?
7 times in one night. Absolutely.
Really?
Goes
Then
down.
over hundreds?
Yeah, I'd agree with
Same
that.
guy? Yes, I think any sane person would understand that. I'm kind of gobsmacked
but-
that you disagree with me, Speakeasy. Wait, so
I really
Speakeasy,
don't wanna
wait, let me if I can like take this. I'm sorry, because this is like we're supposed to do clockwise,
Well,
clockwise.
that's a
But
great debate, go
if I can like do a reducto ad absurdum here. So are you saying like, so you meet a girl and she's been fucked by one guy, but she's been fucked for the entire year, 365 times. Are you saying that's the same as like a Bonnie Blue situation where you meet this girl and she's been fucked by 365 guys at the same time? They're just like fucking guy after guy after guy. It's the most degenerate shit you've ever fucking seen in your life. You're saying you treat those two people as the same because you measure the number of intercourses that have happened? Like, no one does that.
Morally. Yeah. I'm not saying they're identical acts, right? Because obviously it's not, right? It's physically different.
But
from,
morally,
like,
and you
separate
would choose the
encounters.
same girl the same way. You would treat them the same.
Show me I want you to prove that difference, the 2 separate and 2 at the same time, or the 7 separate and 7 at the same
right
time.
now. I'm honestly curious. Do you think?
Yeah,
they're
there's
morally
nothing
equal?
that changes the moral status of it. If
And
both
if you met-
situations, if both situations involve sex with multiple people without exclusive commitment, then why does putting 24 hours between it, or 1 hour, or
Okay,
5
okay.
minutes?
Last
Why does that
follow-up,
create the moral
okay.
relevance?
Last
Okay.
follow up. So Speakeasy, if you had on your show, if you had Bonnie Blue, right, who fucked like 1,000 people in one day, you had her on, and you have another guest who's been with a long-term relationship. They're not married, but they've fucked 2,000 times. Then you would say the person that is been with one person 2,000 times, you would treat them, you personally, like in real life, you would treat them as less of a hoe than Bonnie Blue that fucked 1,000 separate people in one day. Be dead ass with me. Like, don't. I'm not trying to win it. Like, be honest with me.
Just to be clear, what you asked is just one's with 1,000 different men, and one, and at the same time, and one's with 1,000 different men across a period of time.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying Bonnie Blue. So she had sex with 1,000 people in one day, and you have her on your show. And I'm saying you also have on your show someone who's in
That
a
kid's gonna be the
long-term
Antichrist,
relationship
bro.
with someone that's had sex with the same partner 2,000 times. Do you treat them both equally? Do you think one's more of a slut than the other?
Yes, and I will explain.
Yes,
Well,
I want to hear
let me answer
Speakeasy.
real
I want to hear Speakeasy answer.
Let me answer
yeah.
real quick. So when you say one's more of a slut than the other one, because I think you think I'm saying the acts are identical, right? What I'm saying is if person A has 2 partners at the same time, and person B has 2 separate partners, right? The moral criteria is absent in both, right?
No, but I'm asking if you would treat them the same. Someone who has sex
Sure,
with one
yeah.
person
I try to
2,000
treat
times
everybody.
versus.
I try to treat everybody the same. If you mean like respect wise, yeah.
No, I don't
try.
mean that. I mean like how you think
I
of
think
them
conflict
as, like,
means levels of severity.
Yeah, no, what he's saying
Is
is
it
like, okay,
as immoral, like on the same exact level? Not
I
are
can
they
give this
both immoral?
hypothetical that Easy would understand. So Easy, if you were, let's say you were a single guy and you had the prospect, you had 2 women propositioning you, and one woman fucked 1,000 dudes in one day, and the other chick fucked one guy 2,000 times. Which one seems like the better option to you?
Everything else is equal.
Yeah, we'll say they look identical, and their personalities are the same.
Yeah, I would treat them the same more.
No. Hold on. That's not the question. The question is, one chick fucked
I thought that's what
1,000.
you
No, I said one chick fucked 1,000 guys in one day. The other
Yeah.
chick had sex with one man for like 2,000 times over the course of like, I don't know, however many years.
Sure.
Which one would you rather date?
Would I rather date? None, because I'm married.
I,
But if you mean, like,
literally entailed in the beginning. The
in
hypothetical
this-
was, let's assume you're a single man.
Well, you didn't say that the second time, so maybe
No.
that's why I missed it. Yeah, I would treat. Which one would I rather date? They have the same exact bodies, so I mean, it's both. It doesn't matter. Whatever one I loved.
You don't think that the behavior of somebody who, let's say, they're one of those people who's like, we're not actually, like, we're not legally married, but we're long-term dating or whatever. They've been, like, living together, and she's fucked the same guy 2,000 times, or her identical twin
Now she's
sister
only
who's
had
like, I
one
fucked
partner.
1,000 guys in one day. You don't think there's going to be a massive distinction in their values and their behavior?
For a moment.
What do you mean in the values of their behavior?
No, I said in their values and in their behavior.
Well, I think maybe one has better discernment than the other, but again, I would treat them both with the same moral judgment, right? It wouldn't. It doesn't mean that I think they're the identical same act. I don't understand.
I don't. Now I'm actually. I don't even understand what you're saying here.
Okay.
I treat them the same. Yes, I treat them the same.
What
It
he
wouldn't
said-
matter.
Hold on, twin sisters, identical twins. One is like fucking.
oh
She
my God,
fucked.
this is
She
going-
fucked 1,000 guys in one day. The
I
other
answered
sister
this.
has been in a
You just
relationship
want me
for
to
5
give you an
years.
Still,
answer
hang on.
you guys
Still,
want.
real quick.
So
I just said whatever one I love. If I love the one that got the 1,000 in the same night, that's who I'm marrying. If I love the one,
reaction.
Yeah, he would overlook it because they're both on the same level of immoral. So then it comes down to which one he loves.
Yeah,
Throwing out
what
an
he's saying
immoral
is
act.
what he's
Both are
saying
a
is
problem.
immoral.
Hold on, does somebody engaging
both are
in
immoral
multiple sexual encounters outside of marriage, is that worse than one sexual encounter outside of marriage?
Like when
Is one sin more important than the
worse
other? Is that what you're
how?
asking?
No, not one sin more important than the other. I'm saying, can somebody compound
morally
their
worse?
sin? Yes, is it morally worse to engage in a bunch of different relationships outside of marriage as opposed to one?
No, it's the same thing.
It's the same. Okay, all right, still.
Wait, so I want to make sure I get this right. Hold on, I want to make sure I get this right from your perspective, Easy.
Stillborn,
Hold on.
I think that you're looking at this.
Hold on,
like an
Gio, shut up for a
escalation.
second. I'm talking to Easy. Anyways.
I don't give them the answer they want.
No, I'm
They
asking.
keep
I'm
asking
trying to
me the same
understand. I'm trying to understand
question.
Easy's position. So hold on, Easy. So
So
hold on.
you're saying
I'm asking you a question. So
Dude, up
a prostitute who does it for the love of the game purely, like she's just like, I fuck everybody for whatever. Like I don't even want any money. I just want to fuck everything. Right? That chick,
currently active doing it.
like, yeah, she's just like, I want to fuck whatever walks. That's
Well,
that's
that
one
just
chick.
changes.
No, I'm asking you a different question now. Hold on. Hold on. There's that chick, and then there's another chick who's like, yeah, me and my high school boyfriend had sex before I got married. Those are on the same level of degenerate.
That's different. That now one's actively fucking.
Let's just say,
So,
okay,
yeah, I'm
let's
gonna
say she
take the
stopped
one
a year
that's
ago.
not actively fucking.
Okay, hold on.
Like,
Okay,
what?
hold on. Let's say that both of them haven't had
Like
sex for a year.
you
Hold on.
keep
Both
baking shit
have not
into
had
it to
sex
try
for a
and get
year.
the
Yeah,
answer
he's like-
you want.
he's
All
like
right, then
changed
it's the
9
same
times.
answer I gave you. It's the
That's
same
fucking
answer I
wild,
gave
man.
you.
That's
Stillborn, real quick.
Is
your
it
argument would
wild?
make
What
sense.
makes it wild?
That the chick who's fucking everything who walks clearly has
wild.
I mean,
no-
it's his
no
preference.
standards
It doesn't matter.
I don't have an argument, so that's why.
Right.
Who said preference?
Preferences are subjective.
It's literally about the there's no, why would I treat these things morally different when it's morally the same act?
Yeah, because
Yeah, what he's saying is that actions are morally bad. Both actions are morally bad.
I agree that both
When you're
actions
talking
are
about
morally
morality,
bad.
Still, when you're talking about morality, you don't have like these. This is a weird statement that we usually take, right? We think about morality in this hierarchy. And morality is just about the action being good or being bad.
Hold on a second. No,
It's a
that's not true.
dichotomy.
That's not true, and I
Right.
can demonstrate it even
It
from our
is.
view.
According to what?
Hold on,
It
Emmett. I
is.
can demonstrate that according to the
According
view
to
that
your
you and I
brain?
share, Emmett.
You can
Stillborn,
talk
according to
about
your brain?
moral you can talk about actions that you have to take that are immoral.
No, that's not what I'm
Their
saying. Hold on.
actions is still bad and repentance is still required.
No, I'm
What
not
are
saying
you
that
talking
repentance is
about?
not so required, but are some sins worse than others?
There's only one unforgivable.
there's-
That's
sin,
not what I
Stillborn.
asked, Gio. Shut up.
But if there's only one that is unforgivable, one can argue.
That doesn't
that
mean there aren't still some that are worse than others. If I
Okay,
curb stomp
slap
50
you
toddlers or I
versus-
steal an apple from the
if I
grocery store, you're
slap
saying those
you
are equally immoral?
versus- If I slapped you, would it be an
Both
Right.
Both are
So there's a
bad.
hierarchy.
Wait, the stillborn.
Wait.
The action is still bad in both cases.
I
right?
agree with you that both actions are bad, but
you
it's one
can
worse.
you can talk about what kind of repentance is needed for one of the other, but the action's still bad, right?
But hold on, yes, and I agree with you, but is one worse than the other?
Okay, so we're talking about morality. We're talking about the action being bad.
Yes,
right?
is one worse than the other for the soul even? Is one worse for your soul to engage in than the other?
That has nothing to do with whether the action is bad or not. You didn't ask, is it worse for the soul of the person to do X or Y? You were talking about, is the action immoral? The action still bad? Yes, there are things that are worse for your soul, but we're talking about morality. We're just asking about whether the action that is taken is good or bad. It's a dichotomy on the action.
No objective morality talk. Okay, the ops are listening. They're both in chat.
Yeah,
so I just want to
that's just
remind
my preferences.
we don't give our tactics away. I just want to remind.
Listen, if you want to have my preference debate, you should have had it. I don't know why.
Permíteme. Still.
Don't speak Taco Bell to me. Just fucking with him. Just fucking with you.
If you want to argue where
You need
Latin
work
came from-
essay.
I mean, Latin is like what? The root of all? Never mind.
No, Latin's not the root of all languages. What are you talking about?
All right, brother.
There are many languages that are older than that.
When you ask someone...
Latin is the root of all tacos, I agree.
We're having fun. If you ask someone, is X thing objectively good or bad, and they answer your question in an objective way, and then you asked, well, do you prefer this to be less moral than this?
I didn't ask about preference.
You just said, is X more moral or immoral than Y? Based on the
yes,
same
no.
that they're all, it's immoral. The fact of the matter is that, number one, if you stay with a woman that cheated on you, it says more about your own self-esteem.
What the fuck are you talking
about?
about?
That no one has ever said. Because if you're with a woman that is going out of their way to get a connection with another man, why are we even deciding? But neither is.
Let me ask you something, Gio. Is curb stomping toddlers more immoral than stealing an apple?
That's called escalation of force. Like, that's a whole different category.
What?
That's a crime. Is sex a crime?
In some cases. But that wasn't my question.
Is cheating on your husband worse than committing
You're just saying two different acts, though.
I'm asking if there's actually like a hierarchy to this. If some are worse than others.
Well, yeah.
Under my paradigm.
Even if he agrees there's a hierarchy between the acts, you have to establish the hierarchy within the act itself.
Wait, stillborn. Is stealing an apple and curbing babies bad?
Are you atheist, stillborn?
No, I'm not. They're both immoral.
Are you Christian?
Well, I'm not.
Yes.
Wait, before we move on, just want to be sure. Stealing an apple and curb stomping babies, are those actions bad?
Yes, they're both immoral.
Okay, awesome. Then, yeah, we agree.
It's irrelevant to my question that I've been asking you guys.
Because your question is
Oh,
subjective.
Okay.
What's up, Zach?
Pause for super chat and also pause because I'm technically worried that we're giving the ops some research on this, but maybe we're not. Maybe we're talking normatively. Maybe that's fine. But Zach does say the question is, one woman had sex with 10 guys out of wedlock and one woman had sex with one guy out of wedlock. Are they both equally immoral? That is what I was trying to punch.
Yes. Yes, show me the God-given metric. Show me the God-given metric that makes wait. Show me the God-given metric that makes 2 or 9 the separator between what makes it more immoral. What are you talking about?
His preferences. He prefers a girl that.
Yeah, no, it's not preferences. I can actually make the easy argument. This the more
when it comes to sexual immorality,
yes.
When it comes to sexual immorality, tell me what's the God-given metric for differences.
We'll get into that, but I want to hear from everyone on panel. So I was trying to do originally, so I'm glad Zach. Thank you.
Fuck you.
$5 to bring us back. Tyler, which would you prefer if you were outside of wedlock? A woman who has smashed 10 people, or one woman who has smashed one man 10
well,
times?
that's not exactly the question.
Coded. But you know what I mean. That was my
okay,
question.
I got it.
My question,
Yeah, so they are not equally immoral because there's more than just the act itself. There's the intent. There, like this woman that did it one time could have made a mistake and been regretful, and there's obviously a different level of morality for somebody in that position versus somebody that's like, you know what, I did this once and I enjoyed it. I'm just going to continue 10, 20 more times. So because someone paid money, Emmett.
Why are we adding shit to the hypotheticals?
No
We would not
crosstalk.
there
No
more.
crosstalk. Tyler's time to speak.
That's my answer. Is because 10 times shows things like intent and the person's decision-making process. It's like when you're analyzing a crime and you're looking at the factors of that person doing that thing. Did they feel remorse? Well, then maybe we'll give them less of a harsh sentence because they felt remorse and they did it once.
I'm not supposed to crosstalk, but I'm allowed as the host. So Tyler, you were saying you would rather you're not married. Sky, let's say, is like you. This is pre-Sky. You meet two women, they're identical, right? One has had sex with 10 people at the same time. 10 people, or sorry, one.
Oh, me personally, I don't care.
10 times.
Yeah, I don't get it. Neither. I'd fuck them both. I'd fuck them both and make it 11 and 2.
You'd marry them both. You'd marry Blue. You don't care. Love is love.
No. Consensual, no pair bonding, one night stands, nutting them, and if they get pregnant, it's not my fucking problem.
That's not what the question is. The question is 10 guys at the same time.
Okay, I'm still nutting in her.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, like I hear the obesity in your
Fine,
voice.
no crosstalk. Section 230.
Bro, I do live debates. You said this last time when I was roasting you on this fucking panel. I do live debates. I'm not fucking obese, you fucking mouth breather. Bro, everyone's just been dunking on you for being stupid. I get everyone's been dunking on you for being stupid. You got scrawny little spaghetti arms. You feel like a beta right now, but don't pick on Papa because Papa will come slap you in the mouth.
Say again.
Ladies, it's my turn. Can we calm down? Ladies,
go ahead.
It's my turn. Stop cross talking. Calm down. It's my turn. Calm down, please. All right, so I would choose the first option, and the reason why would be because, well, it would basically be the same two bodies, immoral act either way. I think that anyone who's willing to have multiple partners at the same time lacks good judgment and is doing something more degenerate. While both of them are bad, one is definitely more degenerate than the other. I mean, like the same with the woman who would be with 7 dudes at one time. There's clearly something fucked up with her, and I don't want any part of that.
Based, red pilled, fucking sanity check pilled. Holy Christ! Thank you, section. Okay, Kirky, go ahead.
Hold on.
Yeah, I basically agree with you in section, but I'll say I choose neither because if I'm going to save myself from marriage, she better save herself from marriage, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, don't steel born your way out with the neither. I misspoke. That shouldn't have been an option. I shouldn't have given that as an option.
You sounded so Jordan Peterson there.
Oh my god.
What was? Can you highlight the question again? It says if one woman had sex with 10 dudes out of wedlock versus the one, are they both morally equal? Was that it?
Yeah, the question is
are they equally immoral?
The chat's a bit different.
Are they
than
equally
what I
immoral?
asked.
No, I would say they're not.
But what would you choose? This is
which one are you choosing?
Yeah, are you choosing the person who had sex with one person 10 times, or the person who had sex with 10 different people one time each? Which are you choosing? All right, holy. I feel like I just phrased that.
I'll side with them. It depends on the person. It depends on if they're going to do it again or not.
Maybe like a real whatever podcast. Answer the fucking question. Don't fucking add in your lives. Everything is equal.
But there's variables to
do this. Obviously, it's equal. That's the point of
I would say it's
hypothetical.
not
They're
equal.
both equal. If everything,
They're not equal, though.
I'm saying if everything is equal, do you pick the one woman that has sex with 10 different dudes at the same time, or do you pick the one chick that's had sex with the same guy 10 times? Everything is equal. Holy fucking Christ! It shouldn't be that hard.
What'd you have for breakfast?
How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Thirsty.
I would say they're both.
Avery,
I would say that they're
I would
not
feel like
both.
stealing your breakfast.
I would say
Avery,
that they're
don't
not.
say they're not. Don't say they're not equal.
No, just engage with the hypothetical as is.
Just
So who's
please,
next?
Avery.
No more crosstalk. Who's next?
Who's next?
No, Avery,
You're
do you
next,
have an
Theo.
answer though? Avery, do you have an answer?
Depends on the person.
Okay, so you don't have an. Wow, you're actually like a fucking bitch on whatever podcast. That's fucking crazy.
I mean, I'm not, but that's fine.
But go ahead. You actually are. Go
True
ahead, Juvers.
fucking liberalism.
Oh my god.
Are you liberal? Interesting.
Me, no.
So is it my turn?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead, Gio.
All right, El Stupido. Can you change my name to El Stupido, please? So obviously, I cannot bear false witness, but I will not
Oh, you
choose
don't,
either. Okay? But within my paradigm, I believe that we all have sinned. We can never judge someone without removing the log on our own eye.
Not what I asked.
My wife has had ex-boyfriends who I assume she's been with more than 10 times. I can assume less or more. Did that change the fact of my proposal of marriage? No. I'd probably
None of you understand how hypotheticals work. Literally none of you.
I would probably choose the woman that has been with the same person.
This isn't just a straightforward answer, though. Like question, though. It's just not.
It's not, especially when you remove the objective variable from
Yeah,
it. If you stay with a girl that cheats on you, you're a fucking cock, and you have more
Y'all are
problems because you're so scared of
actually
losing
retarded.
her.
It has
Y'all are
nothing to
actually
do with them
retarded.
cheating on you.
Y'all are
so
actually
scared of losing
retarded.
the
It's
girl they're
hypothetical.
with
Everything is the
they
same
will
except for the
accept
two
anything.
variables I mentioned. Holy fucking
But
Christ.
confluence,
Read a
it's
fucking book.
Men
Actually.
Can
will
I-
accept anything.
My answer was flawless.
Let me
Confluence.
fucking finish. Men
Can it be my
today
turn?
will accept anything because half of these men are scared to lose what they have, and if they somehow advocate for respect of themselves in this context, they know they're gonna lose her. So either they stand on their impeccability, and she leaves, and he's happy, or he says, "Damn it, I'm fat, I'm ugly, I'm a liberal, I'll never get a girl again," and so he stays. So he's asking all of us to get cucked together, and I refuse to bear a false witness. But I would
What?
But I would choose
What
the girl
the
with the X.
fuck's wrong with you?
Who said that, Emmett?
Yes, I did. What?
All right,
Who
go
the
ahead and
hell
steal
is
me on what I
getting
said.
cocked by a question?
Yeah, like you're asking me to stay with a female that has laid with another man.
Nobody's asking
No one
you
ever said.
to stay with anybody. They're asking you if
am I
there is
dating
a
this
woman that
Am I
if
dating?
there
The question is about whether if
No.
they're
Many
equally
times-
immoral. The
hang
question is,
on,
are they equally
many times-
immoral?
Many times have y'all brought up long-term relationship, a year, this and that. What is it? A one-night stand? Is it your girl? What is it?
which one would you prefer?
Holy shit.
Is
You
it someone
can't,
that I don't
Gio,
know?
You can't. You
Oh
can't, you
my
can't engage
God,
with this. That's
can
fine.
I-
You can't engage with this. That's
It's actually
fine.
more with the questioner than
I have a great
It's not-
self.
Gio,
They're not
Gio,
equally
Gio,
immoral.
Gio, wait,
You just don't
before
want to
we move
accept that
on,
answer.
Gio, I will give you one more
But I'm
chance.
not
Okay,
appealing to my opinion. You are. Avery.
forget. No,
Loodles
forget.
is
Gio,
great.
I'm not
It
talking to
is.
you. I'm talking to Confluence.
Shut up, Avery. I want to ask you,
Okay.
Gio. Again, everything is the same. Forget everything you've heard. Would you rather? You have two choices in front of you. You're a single guy. You have two choices. Everything is the same. I can't clarify that enough. Everything else is the same. So don't
You're
add
repeating yourself.
I'm
anything
not
else.
actually sure how to
Well, I
answer
met
that
this person for the
question.
first time. Is it our first date? And we're about to knock boots. But she,
Certainly
I
that
won't-
doesn't
You're
matter.
actually okay. No. Okay, I gave you a chance. Emmett, go. Emmett, please. God, Emmett.
Yeah, go,
please.
Emmett.
Fuck me.
All right,
Okay.
so you're
Holy
actually
fuck.
as stupid as people think then. Phenomenal.
So,
Welcome to the Confluence panel.
when it comes to my preference, I would prefer the person who had only one relationship. It shows better moral character. That's what I would prefer. When it comes to the question of the
Is
morality,
that not what I
whether
fucking
one
said? One girl,
no, whether
one girl, same
whether
guy versus multiple
no,
men?
whether no, it's not what you said.
Not what
Whether
you said, Gio. It's not what you said. And I tried to repeat it. You
quite
cut me off and
literally- I said
answered
my wife had a
incorrectly
fucking
and didn't
ex,
understand the hypothetical.
which means
So
that she
no,
was with a
Gio,
person.
it's not what you said.
I-
Only three
can I
people on this
please
panel
finish?
apparently can answer a fucking question, and one of
Said
them
the
is
guy
fucking
that doesn't
section
allow
230.
objective
I'm in a fucking upside down right now, and that's fine, okay? I'm on section
I
230.
finish
You're welcome.
my
I think I'm on
answer?
Stillborn's side.
You're welcome.
I'm on Emmett's side, and I'm not sure who else's side. I'm not sure, but at least I'm on
Can
their
I-
sides, okay?
Can
Go
I
ahead,
No
finish
one
Emmett.
is
my
answering
answer?
honestly.
Easy,
You
check your
removed
Discord.
Your own variable.
Oh my God! I can let me finish my answer.
Go ahead, Emmett.
When it comes to whether which action is worse, both actions are bad. So there's no such thing as some kind of hierarchy of bad. Bad is bad. It's that simple. There might be the actions in and of themselves might represent something else when it comes to the character of the person in the greater context. But both are seen and both require repentance.
I'll put a pin in that. But which one would you said you'd rather be with?
I asked Easy, why does this
Yeah, because
Geo guy?
that just would say that she is
Can you
able
just-
to have a
I
relationship
can't
in
even
which
see
she is.
there you go.
No, she's able.
This
to
guy
have
right
one
here.
stable
Well, why does he try to like
So I would
Andrew
be going
Tate every
with the
answer?
idea of having a
Put a
stable
Some would
relationship.
This
call
question.
that a propensity to pair bond, but Easy didn't like when I said that. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. And bro went to EOS webcam utility. Wow, how convenient.
No, but Confluence. So what you're saying is that it would show more commitment and it would qualify the person for you to invest in more.
But you were talking about the hierarchy of bad, right? It's like this is bad and this is more bad. This is more bad, and it's not such thing as a hierarchy of bad. It's either good or bad when it comes to the moral things.
I'm curious on that because like I think that's repugnant. Like all sins. Well, I don't know what you're saying. All sins, I agree, are capable of like completely separating us from God and like damning us to damnation.
Right now.
But,
wait,
but they're not equal. They're not equal in the sense, like as Christians. I mean, I don't know if you think I'm a Christian, but let's forget that for the time being. They're not all equal. If I murder someone or if I lie to somebody, that's not the fucking same, right? It's not, the sin is not the same. And I mean, the Old Testament shows this, right? Some sins you would get stoned to death. Some sins you'd have to fucking kill a mockingbird or whatever the fuck you have to do, right? There, like this is like repeatedly throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament. They both show that all sins are not equal. Right.
Yeah, there are different ways that you repent, and in the Old Testament you kind of sacrifice something for your sin, but at the end of the day, it's not like Jesus Christ came for certain sins and certain sins are not counted because they're lesser bad. He came for all sin, right? You get separated from God through all sin. This is why we need to have Jesus Christ as part of our lives, so that we can have that connection again. Otherwise, we're completely disconnected.
Yeah,
you don't get partially disconnected. That's not how it works.
Is Bonnie Blue
You either are connected through Jesus Christ and following the path, or you're disconnected.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you, Emmett, if you as a Christian, I'm saying like in your personal life, if you were to like be mean-spirited to someone, or you like were a bit covetous, or you like were a bit dishonest, versus you go out and you find a hooker and you kill her and you do a bunch of untoward stuff to her body, like which one of those sins is like worse for you personally? So like in general, I agree.
Yeah.
Any sin is enough to cut us from God, but I'm speaking as Christians, one sin is worse than another sin, right?
Once again, your actions when it comes to what you have to do for repentance are different from one sin to another, but the action itself is bad. The sin, the moral action would still be bad. The category is not medium bad or high bad or extra high bad. It's just either good or bad.
So you think that in God's
all right, real quick,
eyes,
I'm heading out of here. Thanks for having me on Confluence. Everyone in my chat, make sure you guys come show Confluence some love. Thanks for having me on, everyone on the panel. Appreciate you all, everyone in the chat.
I need that love
Have
too,
a great
Easy
night.
Chat.
And I'll
See you,
see
Easy
you guys
Chat.
again
I'll sit on
soon.
grid better next time. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna clip it.
No worries, you're good.
Hey,
God
Easy, real
bless
quick question
everyone.
before you go.
What's that?
We're still doing VK tomorrow, right?
I called out.
Yeah, but it's probably gonna be. So I didn't realize it was starting in the morning. At first, I was gonna push it to Saturday, but then they're starting in the morning. But they have 3 hours plus allotted time if. So we'll see how late that goes, and if it goes like pretty late, we'll do it the next day on the Saturday.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, boys, have a good one.
Take care.
God bless.
Stay blessed.
Yeah, it's the action that you committed that is bad.
Was I too harsh on Easy? Was I too harsh on him?
You spurred out a little
fight
bit,
him,
but it's all right.
Yeah, now you have to fight him.
He can handle it.
I don't want to like do too much energy where it's like feels untoward. I want to like give like.
No, I didn't see like
I
anything
agree. I
untoward.
agree with you for the most part, Confluence, but it's not like I don't think it's an obvious position, especially
No,
if
but
you're a
it's
Christian.
biased because you accept non-theistic worldviews, but if me or Emmett were to use our objective standpoint, you reject it because it's too objective for you. You allow atheists to talk about nothing and bitches, but we can't say they're disqualified.
Wait, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me, Jew?
Yeah, because the moment you said you can't choose neither, and you can't make objective statements, but yet you accept the guy that said he would nut and whatever walks. Like it's kind of a bias.
Because you're not engaging in the hypothetical the way it's laid out. In order, like perfect example. Would you? Hold on, watch. I'll explain. Hold on, Gio. Would you rather diddle a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old?
You're arguing to argue, bro. You're arguing to argue.
No, it's not. I'm explaining. Would you rather diddle a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old?
Neither.
That's not the question that he asked, nor is it the question I asked. Do you see the point?
I wish in some ways, Dusty. I wish in some ways.
2-year-old, there's a higher probability they forget.
No, stop. What does it mean to bear false witness?
Stillborn.
What does it mean to bear false witness?
You can still engage in a
our
hypothetical.
worldview? What does it mean to bear false witness in our worldview, Stillborn?
From our worldview, I would say it would be to intentionally tell a falsehood or intentionally try and deceive somebody.
So if you're asking me if I would prefer, outside of my worldview, to be with a female that has been with one person 10 times, which would infer that this is probably an ex-boyfriend, right? Further infer they may not be that person.
It's a hypothetical, brother.
All right, so I have to like lower my IQ to engage a hypothetical.
You should be able to still engage in hypothetical.
Yes.
You could say, like,
you have to be able to think as if you're not operating in your own framework.
Here's how you go about answering that question. By the way, you could say, like, from our perspective, you could say eithers. You could say either answer because, from my view, they're both equally immoral. So it really doesn't matter which one I choose.
How is either and neither incongruent?
Because at least when you say either, you're still engaging the hypothetical, saying, okay, like it doesn't matter if I choose the 2-year-old or the 3-year-old.
But I can give the
I got
same
a question.
answer saying neither.
Can you engage in an internal critique of someone else's worldview, but stay in your own worldview?
No, you have to.
Or do you have to engage with their worldview and operate under their framework?
What do you mean,
Obviously, if I'm critiquing Islam, I'm gonna go to the Quran or the Hadith.
Right, and so it's what they find acceptable, not what you find acceptable, right? But you still answer the question as if you were them.
Okay,
that's kind of like a hypothetical there.
That would call for my answer to be prefaced with, if I was to adopt your worldview and I saw no separation from degeneracy, and I was also a degen.
In this,
hang on.
In this place, instead of worldview, just say hypothetical.
Calm down. So if I was to say,
I'm calm.
Read the donation.
I reject
Esty
my
says,
standpoint.
crazy you guys are trying to force Geo to bear false witness.
No,
it's
exactly.
okay. That is crazy.
That is not bearing false witness. I don't.
It's not. Yeah.
Engaging in hypotheticals is not.
I heard you, Geo.
Okay, so when Confluence says, do not make any objective statements, and do not argue as if both are equal.
Wait, when I never said that.
What are you talking about?
I don't think he.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he prefaced it with that.
So
Again, Gio, I'm worried.
So nobody ever answered
you
with
said
neither?
I'm biased. Gio, what do you think I believe in? Who am I biased against? I'm really curious about that. Before anyone says anything, I honestly want to know.
When I spoke and I said, if the person that I'm married with, right, anecdotally, I can assume they weren't a virgin because
I gotta get out of here, guys. You guys have a good night.
Person, right?
Take care, Stillborn.
I'll see you in 2 days, brother.
I'll see you Saturday night, buddy.
Let's fucking go.
All right, whatever. Just continue the circle jerk. I'm stupid.
No, I'm just leaving.
Stillborn's leaving, so
Well,
we're
he's
just.
I gotta
making
go.
his exit.
1:00 in the morning, man. I gotta get up at 5 or like 4:30.
We'll have fun with that.
Why are
man.
you so butthurt?
That's
Because
awful.
somebody. Oh
That's
my god.
awful.
Okay, hold on, guys. Real quick. Hold on. Oh wait, Geoverse. You have all of our.
Now we're good.
Go
4
ahead
a.m.
and finish.
Now we're good. 4 a.m.
No, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry
I
that
want you
I
to get a
took
good
the
night's
attention
sleep.
away from you. So.
No, I want you to get a good night's sleep.
It's not gonna happen anyways. I'm gonna be very upset. I won't be able to. I won't be able to sleep because I know that all the sand in your vagina is really bothering you. So
it's laughable to me that
You better get a good night's sleep on Friday, okay, Stillborn? That's all I care about personally.
I won't sleep Friday night. I'll probably be up for VK all night. I'll sleep Saturday during the day.
Fuck off.
I'll sleep Saturday. I'll take a nap during the day. I'll sleep during.
Take a
I'll sleep
fucking
during
nap.
the day. Yeah.
Like stillborn.
We're going against Brandon. You can't underestimate him. For real.
And if it begets beef between us, I'll allow it. Somebody that wins a debate off of chat voting versus winning an actual debate is a separate category.
I totally agree with you.
That's all I'm saying.
How is that relevant to anything that I just said?
What's understood need not be explained.
It's not necessarily relevant. You have a good night's sleep, Stillborn, if you want to go to bed.
Gio, I have a question. Is this your preference?
Thank you, Stillborn.
You just have to go. I'll sleep on Saturday.
I don't operate on preference.
The fuck, dude? What was that guy's deal? He's just so fucking mad. He was so mad for no fucking reason. He was just like, I'm butthurt. I can't engage in hypotheticals. What the fuck? I've literally never seen somebody like refuse to engage in hypotheticals and get that mad about it too. That was fucking wild. What the fuck, bro? All right. What do you guys want? Do you want the link to Confluence or Easy's channel? I'll drop it in the chat. Any answers from any of you guys? I don't know. I got nothing changing here, so fuck it. All right, we're gonna call it a night, I think, fellas. And with that, I am gonna get out of here. So, everybody out there watching, all three of you that are apparently are watching, good night and God bless.